good morning, and welcome to the GCC ground at Border in Guyana. This is the Guyana Cricket Board Senior Inter-County 4-Day Cricket Tournament, Demerara versus ESSEQUIBO. The news is that ESSEQUIBO won the toss and they have decided to have a bowl first. So they're already out in the middle. It's good to see Chandrapal Hemraj back in the thick of things, suffering that head blow when he played for the Harpy Eagles in the second round of Cricket West Indies 4-Day Championship. Good to see him back. And at the non-striker's end is Sachin Singh. So Cadogan begins the bowling from the top end. Not a bad start at all, making Hemraj play. With me in the commentary box is my colleague Wadikar Kemraj. Good morning to you, Wadikar. ESSEQUIBO winning the toss and choose to field first.
Good morning to you, Indrajit. Good morning to all of listeners and viewers on live stream. Yes, pretty interesting. Brilliant sunshine when we started, but I'm afraid we might just be having some drizzles coming in. This is a ball that's turned into the onside by Hemraj. Nice to see Hemraj coming back after he was struck that fearsome blow in the West Indies Championship. So nice to see him back and getting some much needed match time here at the famous Border Cricket Ground. A ground, of course, and a venue which, of course, over the years has seen some of the finest cricketers to have played the game. So it's so absolutely sweet to be here at Border.
Yes, you're right. It's absolutely an opportunity and honor to come back to this famous ground and to see men in white plying their trade out in the middle. So ESSEQUIBO, they're from skipper Kevon Budi, Avinash Prasad, Ronaldo Rennie, Malcolm Hubbard, Ricardo Adams, Quinton Sampson, Wazi Mohammed, Leon Swami, Neelan Cadogan, Garfield Phillip, and Ricardo Peters. The umpires for this game, Moses Rampal and Stefan Josiah. In a moment, we'll be giving you that Demerara team. Good tight line and length here by Cadogan to start, and he's already on sound. But the good thing too is that Hemraj is getting the ball in the meat of the bat, and it gives you a good feeling. And no doubt he's having his eyes set on a recall to the Harpy team. Their match against Jamaica in the 4th round of CWI 4-Day Championship commences next Wednesday at the National Stadium at Providence. And he will definitely want to have a long knock here. Good delivery, nice movement away with the angle that he's bowling from outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, like you said, you know, he's coming back into county cricket after being struck that fearsome blow, as we talked about it earlier. So nice to see him coming back. He looks good out in the middle. Just a few deliveries to him, though. But he's picking up the line nicely, and he's letting it go. That one moved away from the left-hander. He wasn't forced to play. Picked up the line very quickly. He looks to be patient, and he wants to stay for a pretty long time. That's nice to see.
Absolutely so. And this is nicely turned off the front pads, out through forward square. And Hemraj, he opens his account. And so too, Demerara, they're one without loss at the end of the over.
Yes, you look at the other opener, that's Sachin Singh. He has been around for a pretty long time now. And I would love to see, from a cricketing standpoint, to see him get amongst the runs in this innings at least. He's quite competent. He's a pretty good player. But all he needs to do is to get the runs on the board. So let's see what will happen here. As I speak to you, a little bit of cloud cover, but we're hoping that, you know, that the brilliant sunshine that we've been blessed for during the course of the past few weeks in Guyana, months maybe, that will prevail though. But let's hope that, you know, it goes away and we're going to be having an awesome day of cricket again. As you said, Indrajit, it's nice to be here at Border as well. And, you know, it's always a famous venue. So Quinton Sampson will pick up the attack from this the southern end, and he will bowl to Chandrapal Hemraj. So just in case you've joined us on live stream, you're following the Ghana Cricket Board Senior Male for the Intercounty Championship. ESSEQUIBO versus Demerara as Hemraj taps away. This is down the leg side. This will go away for 4. In fact, the field just stops it before it gets to the boundary ropes. And they'll get, in fact, by signal by the umpire. And they get, what? A single? So 1 more to the scorecard. It will now go up to, I make it 3. So 3 for no wicket. Early days there, though, in the G, just straying on the line of a leg stump.
Yes, forced delivery sent down by Quinton Sampson. He will want to correct that. A little loosener for him. And a little bit pace on it, but the line was definitely wrong. And the attack here of 2 slips and a gully. There's also a backward point. Extra cover. There's mid-on, a long leg, a backward square on the boundary. Much better delivery, right on target. And this is what he should be thinking. Control, and if he has the ability to let one, just swing away outside the line of the off stump, could be an added advantage to his armory in the bowling department. He's one of the all-rounders we have looked at during the course of this season and the Super 50 last year, and seems to be a very handy cricketer.
Yes, of course, he's very handy. We saw him with the bat as well. He can hit the ball very far away. So, this is something that, the selectors can work with in the future. He's got some quality, a few of these players. Cadogan is one, just to mention a few. So it's nice to see that, these players coming out from ESSEQUIBO and possessing that talent to work with. This is a lifter, very good delivery, and not taking the edge, as Hemraj was just pulling the bat away. And in fact, it's Singh and not getting the edge, but brilliant bowling there from Sampson.
Yeah, that was a fine delivery. Got a lot of bounce off the pitch, and it wobbled a little in the air too. So he's a strong guy, and why not? Just give it a zip. So on the full toss, and he's cover driving here, Sachin Singh. And they will surely come back and complete 2. Could have put that one away through the covers for 4, but he chose to go with timing rather than to look for power. Maybe a little bit more to the right of the extra cover. And played it just that little bit late too. Could have seen it gone away for 4. You must make use of the bad deliveries.
This is a very good ball. And coming back into the left-hander. And just stroking the ball into the very good ball. So another over back into the left-hander. We've had 2 overs bowled. And ESSEQUIBO inserting Demerara to take first strike here at Boda. They have reached, we're just about to get the scorecard up, but 2 overs completed, and that's the latest position here from Boda. Yes, indeed, perhaps, we can talk about these players coming out from ESSEQUIBO. Very talented. We look at a few players. We talk about Cadogan as well, who can hit the ball very far away. There's Sampson there, who just finished that over. So ESSEQUIBO, after all, they've got some talent. Pretty interesting to note, too.
So let's see. We had Hemraj getting off the mark with a single. We had a 2 scored through extra cover and a 4 that were signal buys. So it's 7 without loss. Over number 3 starts. Wrapped on the pad. There's a loud shout for leg before. Might have gotten an edge onto him. That's the only thing that can save Chandrapal Hemraj. He was moving across the stump, right in behind of it, and only an edge could have saved him there. Good delivery from Cadogan.
Yes, that was really spot on. For a moment, I thought, you know what? You're going back into the pavilion, my son. But the umpire is in the best possible position, and he said not out. But Very good bowling there from Cadogan. He seems to have the ability to move the ball around. And with the conditions are wrong now, the sun is not out. It's nice bowling from the young man. This is turned away. Down to a deep backward square position. This is turned away. So that will make it 8. Down to a deep back to no wicket. We're in over number what? I make it over number 3. So as we speak to you, the drizzles are here with us. But we just hope that the rains will stay away, because we have had tremendous sunshine for a long period of time now in Guyana. But the players are out in the middle. They're battling. Sachin Singh comes in to strike. And he will be one that would want to get a pretty good score as well. Sachin Singh, Indrajit, another interesting young player who promised a lot.
Yeah, so he made a half century at the National Stadium at Providence. Looked good. Was a fighting knock. He has another opportunity here to impress. The only way you can have the selectors keeping you in their minds is to score runs. Yes, a lot of people can talk about talent all the time, but you must have the ability to turn that talent over into production of runs. Here's another opportunity here for the left-hander. Nicely flicked up through forward square. It's not going to get to the boundary. The return comes in. Good attacking fielding out there in the deep. Sending a stiff return as well. So ESSEQUIBO, they are having a good tournament. They disposed of Berbice. Both teams played with a deflated lineup. ESSEQUIBO losing some of their key players. Berbice losing 8 of them. ESSEQUIBO, I think it's 4. Jonathan Fu wasn't in that game, and the others were to national selections. Shout for catch of the wicket, but clearly coming off the tie pad as it goes through into the gloves of the keeper. The second string Berbice team did not live up to expectation. ESSEQUIBO won that game. Ricardo Adams had a very, very good match. Cadogan bowled well too. And Demerara only recently, right here at the GCC ground border, they won their game. A century for Yearwood. Ali Muhammad scored into the 90s. Sankar got a 5-wicket haul. Ned got a 5-wicket haul. Good judgment this time, allowing the ball to go by into the gloves of the keeper. The over has been completed. At the end of the over, the score has gone on to 10 without loss.
Yeah, you know, it's always interesting that, you know, when the senior players are away on national duty, and the players who are on the fringe of selection, who are waiting in the wings, you know, they seize the opportunity, whether a bowler or a batter, make runs, come out, prove the point to people that, look, I will be selected, or I want to be selected, you know, and this is what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be taking wickets, and I'm going to be making runs, and prove to the selectors that, look, I want my name in there, and that's the way to go. And both of these players here, that's Hemraj and Singh, they'll be looking to get some runs under their belt here. As Samson will continue. This is a very good ball coming into the left-hander and stroking it on the onside. Good start though from ESSEQUIBO so far with the ball in hand. They have been hitting nice line and length. Good ground fielding as well. So pretty interesting cricket out in the middle so far. This is tucked away on the onside. That's Cadogan who cleans up at a short fine leg position. One more to the total. That will go up to 11, I make it. 11 for no wicket. Indrajit, I was talking about the players on the fringe of selection. You want to prove a point, don't you?
Yes, everyone that plays inter-county cricket here, I'm almost certain that they have an ambition to go on to play for their country. And because of that, you know, they'll want to ensure they have good performances. Off the back foot, beats the extra cover, out towards the boundary. It's not going to get there. Pull back just about now, and the return comes in. Good fielding there by Garfield Phillip, attacking the ball nicely. So Chandrapal Hemraj, he's back in this squad at the expense of Navendra Prasad. Other than that, the players that played in the previous game remain in the team. Barnwell is the skipper. Sachin Singh, Akshaya Prasad, Richie Loknath, Raymond Perez, Shamar Yearwood, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, Ashmead Ned, Stephen Sankar, Omar Torrington. They are the 11 for the Demerara team. Just to remind our viewers and listeners that ESSEQUIBO won the toss and they're bowling against this Demerara team. Demerara opening with Sachin Singh and Chandrapal Hemraj back after suffering that concoction. Good, solid defensive shot here by the left-hander. So very cool conditions here at the GCC ground, Boda, the mecca of cricket in Guyana. So many test matches, one-day internationals, regional cricket, inter-county cricket over the years. But with the advent of the National Stadium, the state-of-the-art facility, since then Boda has not hosted any first-class cricket. Was a well-pitched up delivery looking for the Yorker. But he played well there, Sachin Singh. The over has been completed. And the score is 13 without loss.
Yes, so it's a really I put it this way, calculated approach so far from these two openers. Chandrapal Hemraj, who is normally a flamboyant player, has somewhat curbed his natural aggression here. We look at him. He's more selective, if I may put it that way, along with Sachin Singh. So you're looking to build a partnership. That's nice to see. They're not in a hurry. We're just in the first morning, a 4-day game. It's not a 1-day game. So you have time on your side. Just be careful out in the middle. That's the way to go. You've lost the sunshine. So Cadogan will continue. This is turnover. This will go into the fielder there. That's Philip, who comes off the boundary and fields. And they get one more. So the score will go up to 14, I make it. 14 for no wicket. And it's really marvelous view from our vantage point here. Border, of course, as Inderjeet said, famous venue. Many amazing cricket matches would have been played here over the years. And created so many memories as well. This is the ball that's turned into the onside again. They get another single. So good rotation in the strike here, Inderjeet. You're turning the strike over, even though the boundaries aren't coming.
Well, that is good batting. You want to ensure that you rotate the strike as frequently as possible. You do not want to be bogged down. This is a 4-day cricket match. You want to get yourself settled in, understand what the bowler is trying to do to you. You pick the pace of the pitch. You look for your scoring opportunities. So it's been a good opening stand so far between these two. That's beautifully bowled. They were bottom edge onto that one. They went up, but then died down with the appeal when Cadogan realized that was an edge. But this is good bowling by Cadogan. He has been bowling the deliveries right up in good links. And certainly he's having some moral advantage here, bowling to Hemraj, who is back in the Demerara setup. And it's good to see inter-county 4-day cricket back on the radar, and it's happening here in Guyana. It was a promise by the new Guyana Cricket Board. If they get into office, they're going to bring back inter-county cricket. So the promise has been kept. Just maybe pitching it up once too often, and Hemraj has been able here to work it down towards mid-wicket and get in the single. I mean, while he's looking for good links and good line, it's very important that, you know, sometimes you pitch it back of a length just to ensure that the batter rethinks his strategy. But Cadogan has been very disciplined so far this morning. He's having a good inter-county tournament, very handy with the bat, good utility player.
This is another good ball, and that's Singh in behind. And it shows the bowler the full face of the bat. Very competent left-hander, stroking the ball out into the offside. 16 for no wicket. Again, we have just lost the sunshine for a bit. And it's rather cool now here in beautiful Georgetown. So wherever you might be picking us up from across the globe, I want to welcome you to the famous border cricket ground, where we will call it Border Oval as well. Flashing outside the off stump. That's Singh, beaten, taken by the keeper. And outside the off stump completed. That's Singh. That makes it beaten, taken by for no wicket. Keeper. Singh and Hemraj at the wicket.
With the exception of one, well, a few shouts for leg before against Hemraj. They have managed to put together a good partnership to start here with no devil in the border pitch. Normally this is an excellent pitch for batting. Absolutely dry. I can't see any grass on this pitch whatsoever. It's looking like concrete. Not in the sense that it's going to play very, very fast, but the bounce has been true. Like that one, good for stroke making. And Hemraj, everything behind the line, punching it off the back foot down towards cover. So Hemraj, very fidgety, mopping the brow, fingering with the gloves. No doubt these are little things that cricketers normally do to ensure they keep the concentration level going.
And the interesting thing about it too, Inderjeet, you can look at he has the intent. He looks as though he wants to stay for a pretty long time, because you know Chandrapal Hemraj, when you look at him, he's a naturally aggressive player, wants to get on with things. But so far he's really played well, and played each ball in his merit as well. He's coming in behind again. This is an interesting spell here from Samson. He's bowling just about the off stump, and the odd one is moving away, forcing Hemraj to play. This is really good bowling as well. The team has been well led too by Adams, and when they beat Berbice, I can tell you for sure, lots of Berbicians were saying, "Wow, ESSEQUIBO humbling Berbice." that was major. But kudos to them. This is cut away. This will go into the boundary. Let's see. The fielder is giving chase. We'll pull it back just about maybe a few meters before it gets to the boundary, and they get 2 more runs. So 2 more to Hemraj, and that will push the score up to, I make it 20? 20 for no wicket.
Hemraj has to be very careful here. That ball was in the air for a good period of time, and that's his vulnerable spot, Chandrapal Hemraj. You can get it consistently on the line of the off stump like that one. Expansive drive. Coming off a thick under edge. And it's sandwiched the wicket keep on the stump all the way down towards fine leg. And they get a single. But this is good bowling. So it simply means that ESSEQUIBO, they have done their work on Chandrapal Hemraj. I feel there's a blind spot for him just in that canal that Quinton Sampson just bowled that delivery. Give him the opportunity that he feel he can go for the drive. There is where he's much more vulnerable. And with him at the wicket, a little bit surprised that there aren't 3 slips. On the other hand, Sachin Singh, much more solid, much more compact, just playing with soft hands and getting a single down towards short cover. The over has been completed. It's on to 22 without loss.
Yes, you know, good smart bowlers on any given day would get your wicket once they can pitch it up and move the ball around. And there are some uncertainties there on his off stump. That's Hemorrhage, but let's hope that he's going to work on them pretty shortly. But he's naturally aggressive, and you can see that time in the game. In his game, he tries to score and score quickly. 22 for no wicket. But ESSEQUIBO, they're not giving up. They're really fighting. That's nice to see. And I like the spirit shown here by the ESSEQUIBO players. They haven't picked up a wicket though, but they're still trying. And the captain, that's Adams, is doing a terrific job as well. And they've got a few good all-rounders in the Jeet. Generally, the ESSEQUIBO team is pretty strong. And it's only good for cricket because, you know, it will get to the regional level as well once these players are selected. So the umpire signaling 1 short for the over. That's Cadogan. That was pretty short, taken by Ronaldo. In fact, wide signal by the umpire. So 1 more to the total. Demerara, they go up to 23 for no wicket. Why do I want to take away the captaincy from Bodhi and give it to Adams? This is a drive. Just to the left of the field at point. You'll get 1 more. This is a drive. The score goes up to 24. Good competitive cricket though out in the middle this morning in the Jeet.
Yes, it is. We have seen some very fine deliveries, some good-looking shots, some anxious moments for the batters as well. This outfield is not the fastest that we have seen here at Border. Just could be a little bit on the heavy side. We've seen some drives should have gone whistling to the boundary on another day. That's not the case. And just flying off the bat there, it was in the air. Some shouts of catch it, and I was making the point. Listen, Cadogan, he has the ability to send a quicker one, angled across the left-handers, heading towards the slip. Just why not put in that 3rd slip? You don't want to plug the gap when the horse has already bolted. And it's not the fastest of pitches. That 2nd slip, I think, should just make another step in front of the 1st slip there. Just be a little bit closer. These are little things that must be worked. A good delivery, right on target. And Hemraj has to be contented with Cadogan wheeling away from the northern end of the ground, right on target. If you have just joined the broadcast, let me remind you that ESSEQUIBO won the toss and they are bowling against Demerara. At the strikers' ends, it's Chandrapal Hemraj, Sachin Singh at the non-strikers' end. And Cadogan, he opened the bowling from the northern end of the ground. Cool atmosphere here at Border. And Cadogan, he opened the bowling. And players who have gotten the chance to make their county teams, and that's because of the Harpy Eagles absorbing our national players there. Certainly they should relish the opportunity to play for your county. It's a good feeling. There's a drive that's going to go across the sward out towards the cover boundary. Sampson is chasing. It's not going to get there. It stops. And let's watch the return. It comes in, but they've gotten 3. Good-looking drive. Deserve 4 from the time it left the bat. Undone by the heavy layer of grass in that area. 3 good-looking runs.
Yes, that one was pitched up more than anything else. He was into the drive very quickly, bisected the two fielders there, found the gap, and the heavy nature of the outfield. I thought that was 4-2, but then it's the ball reached the boundary. It really slowed up, and he got 3 runs. But take nothing away from Cadogan. He is striving all the time. He's giving 100% for ESSEQUIBO, and that's nice to see. Might have been struck on the thigh area, that fleshy part. It can be painful as another over completed. So it's what? I make it just to get the score for you in a while. But another over completed here at Border, ESSEQUIBO against DEMERARA.
So Samson will continue from this end, sporting a nice little ponytail there. We've seen so many hairstyles, modern day fashion. And barbers, they're up to their task. Hemraj is in strike. And look, he's flirting with danger. Short lifting delivery. That's not the kind of shot you want to play early in your innings. Just be careful there. Too close to the body to cut at it. Wadikar has left me. And my good friend Miko Wanya has joined me in the commentary box. Hello to you, Miko. How are you this morning, my friend?
Good morning, Inderjeet. I am doing just fine. Good morning to our viewers who may be tuned in at this time. Nice shot there by Hemraj through the covers, but just not enough legs to get to the boundary. Nice shot there by Hemraj here in Georgetown, but just sitting at Border, inter-county cricket back in action. Pleasure to be up in the commentary box with you again, Inderjeet.
Yes, always a pleasure to working with you, Miku. And I guess a lot of running will have to be done here between the wickets. So back goes Sachin Singh in strike. He has been much more comfortable than Hemraj this morning. Very solid, sound, and looks good too. So there are still 2 slips in a gully. There is backward point, extra cover, wide mid off. Wide mid on. There's a short backward square, long leg out on the boundary. So those are the fielding positions. In the air and floor down in the gully area. That should have been taken by Malcolm Hubbard. Had a chance to dismiss Sachin Singh. And he has dodged a bullet here this morning. It was going to him and going very quickly. In the air and floor down in the leaped into the area. But just that should have been taken by Malcolm Hubbard. Had a chance to dismiss Sachin Singh.
ESSEQUIBO looking to make inroads into this DEMERARA batting as soon as possible because it is a strong lineup. Hubbard should have done just a little bit better there. That one got on to him very quickly. Fairly close in there at gully as umpire Josiah signals another dead ball. Samson not getting his run up just right. Maybe just needs to calm down at the moment. He misses it again. I wonder if this has something to do with that chance being missed there. Sometimes a bowler working so hard when a catch is dropped, opportunity is gone, it may be dejecting, especially at this. He misses it again. There's something definitely wrong here, Inderjeet. Definitely wrong. That's 3 in a row.
Yes, he has lost his rhythm. And now he's just remarking those strides. it can happen, but this is the first time I'm seeing Quinton Sampson, looking at him since last year, that he's suffering this problem. Can he get it right? Down the leg side, straying in the length there. No doubt, very, very upset. He wanted that catch to be taken. Would have been a brilliant catch. Should have been taken. You see, this is the thing about fielding. You must be able to anticipate. So you have your body set, whether you're going to dive, whether you're going to leap, especially in the slip, the backward point, and the gully areas. You must be alert even more than a bird in spring. When catches come your way, they should be taken. And look, he's bending this one a little from outside the line of the off stump. But Hemraj, much more comfortable defending. Catches win matches for you. ESSEQUIBO had a chance to get an early wicket. That is now history. They floor the opportunity. They must now put that behind of them. Good looking flick shot here by Hemraj, turning it away down towards short forward square. Cannot score. The over has been completed and 22 without loss.
Yes, and catches definitely win matches. That one went to ground, but you know, they'd want to put that behind them, as you said, and look for the next one, be prepared for the next one. The new bowler, Leon Swami, about to be introduced into the attack for the first time. Coming from the North Road end, be bowling with the breeze behind his back. We'll be looking to make some early inroads here.
So Cadogan has been pulled out of the bowling attack, and Cadogan so far, I will just check in with our scorer to ensure I get those bowling figures for Cadogan. But a change here. Let's see what Swami can do. Good start from him. He's a big, strong man, Leon Swami. Has some muscle there. Good start from him. He's a big, strong man, Leon Swami. Not the smoothest, not the longest. He'll be looking for much more control and seems to develop his power from his shoulders from that first delivery. We shall surely keep a keen eye on him.
Yeah, definitely. This is the first time I'm actually seeing him in action. Outside edge there. Not getting to the skipper in the second slip area, but great job by outside edge there. Stop that boundary. So just getting the outside edge of the batsman. That's Sachin Singh. Two left-handers at the crease for Demerara. Just dropping back the length a bit. Singh equal to the task, trying to work that off the body. Stop there by the fielder at short leg. Ooh. Flashing there outside the off stump. Not making any connection. Bowler would be a bit heartened at that. Just looking for that little edge. I think it's going to fly to the slips if he makes a connection with that. Flashing very hard there.
And hopefully for ESSEQUIBO, it does not go between the second and the third slip. There's a huge gap there. Beautifully bowled here by Leon Swami. That had some pace and good carry to the wicket keeper as well. So he's working up some pace here. We've seen deliveries just close to the line of the off stump. So very impressive so far. Just support him there with him getting this pace off the pitch. And you're having two slips and a gully. Find a way to get somebody else in that third slip. You don't want it to fly through that cordon. Undriven, beautiful shot. Out through wide mid-on. And they will come back and complete two. Great timing this time by the left-handed Sachin Singh. The over has been completed. At the end of the over, the score is 24 without loss.
Yeah, there is a gap there. The bowler looking to bowl a line that's mostly outside of the off stump. I'm just wondering if you think maybe that fielder at short leg, it may be just a wasted position at this time, because the bowler really isn't looking to bowl maybe that short. He's looking to keep it full, looking for the swing, as we saw with both all the bowlers actually, Samson and now Swami. So I'm wondering just about that short leg fielder. There's none here with Swami. Samson bowling to Hemorrhage, short leg fielder.
Yes, and one of the reasons why for Swami they put in that forward short leg is because he's the quicker between the two, Samson and himself. And we have seen him inclined to bowl short of a good length. So that was a good ploy. You want to ensure, if just for presence of mind, somebody is there. But you won't see Samson bowling too many short deliveries. He will be the kind of bowler, line and length, striving for the Yorker outside the line of the off stump. So therefore, there is no forward short leg for him. But I like to see that third slip, because they're going at it when they're flashing outside the line of the off stump or cutting. They're going hard at it. Flicked away, through backward square, beats the short backward square, and they will certainly go back and complete two. Good run in between the wicket. Has to be very careful, but he's getting it in the meat of the bat there, Sachin Singh. Moving across the stumps, there's always an air of danger. But if your eyes are good and you can see it, no problem. There's nothing wrong playing across the line.
Well, I don't think the purists will like that very much in the G. You know, you always want to try to play with a straight bat, as they teach you from a very young age. Oh, on the pads, no real appeal there from the fielding side, which is a bit of a surprise. You know, normally fielders, they usually go up at any and everything, trying to, I don't know why, but I always want to put some amount of pressure on the umpire. The umpires are your friends. They're here to support you. No need to pressure the umpire, as we often hear. Full delivery over pitch, and Sachin Singh just holding the pose for us to get a good shot of him with the camera. Very nice shot, straight down the ground for 4 runs. I think that's the shot of the morning so far in the G.
It is the shot of the morning that had class written all over it. Pitch top, and the youngster just came onto the front foot and drove it through mid-off. Great shot. And that is going to raise his confidence level. So Samson, he's striving for that Yorker. There are times when he's going to overpitch, should not be disappointed. Like this one, just pulling back the length a little. The intent was there, and you can see Sachin Singh just a little bit shake of the head. He plays well. The over's been completed. The score has gone on to 31 without loss.
Yeah, good stuff here by the Demerara opening batters. I think Hemraj will probably be there sharing his experience, guiding the young Sachin Singh, who's now looking for a place, looking for a certain regional recognition. You know, we have the Hemraj there, regional first class player, West Indian player. So it will be Swami now to continue to Hemraj. Outside the off stump, just letting that one go. No real trouble there. ESSEQUIBO slips Carden. A wealth of experience there. Adams and Booty. A short leg coming into play there in the G off a full delivery, not a short one. Just looking for maybe to get that inside edge from a fall shot maybe.
Yes, I think actually what happened there, the ball was a little bit slower, dropped on the pitch and didn't got up the way Hemraj was looking for it. At the last moment, he scrambled to kept it down. He kept it down. Walked away through the onside. They have taken one, and that's all they will settle for. So he's struggling a little here this morning, Hemraj, not the fluent player that we are accustomed to see him. He had a break from the game. I spoke to him, and he said to me, man, this thing is terrible. He had a hard hit from it. He's trying his best to recover. Those jitters will remain with you for a period of time. It works on the mind. It's never easy to get hit in the head. We've seen people killed after being hit on the head. Is it still a gentleman's game with those thunderbolts coming down, Miku?
Yeah, it's still a gentleman's game. You know, we understand that it's a dangerous sport, and this is the nature of the sport. But I still respect you. You know, I want to get you out. I want to get you back in the pavilion. But you know that respect of a sportsman is still there. You know, as it should be. As you were mentioning, you know, he has on his helmet. You even recall Phil Jacques at this time with that tragedy. You know, it is a dangerous sport. You know, bowlers are bowling at a tremendous rate of speed. You know, generally in the international scene. I remember one time I was looking at a game. So this is the end of the over here. It's now 32 without loss after 11 overs. Yeah, I think it was a Champions Trophy match between Pakistan and the West Indies. And Brian Lara was there facing up against the Rawalpindi Express himself. Akhtar bowled a short delivery that caught Lara in the head, and Lara just went down immediately. It was a scary moment at that time, but you know, he rose, and can't remember how many runs he went on to score in that game, but he was fine. You know, it's never a good thing to be hit in the head like that.
Yes, and you know what amazes is that a fast bowler, he's bowling those bumpers at the batsman body. The intention there is to ensure, well, maybe not to hit him, but the intention there is to ensure that he gets a edge onto the bat. So we're seeing spin for the first time. Wasim Mohammed has been introduced into the attack. replacing Quinton Sampson from this end. And the left-handed Hemraj is in strike. So there's a forward short leg, a leg gully, and a solitary slip, backward point, and an extra cover. Good delivery, making the batsman play, moving forward. Yes, and they want to create that fear of physical damage. Full toss gone over the top of wide, long off, and down to the boundary for 4. Now you can't be doing that. In fact, it's cleared the boundary for 6. Had enough on it. Can't be bowling those easy full tosses to someone like Hemraj. Yes, I was telling you, Miku. And as a fast bowler, you bowl those short ball to create fear in the minds of the batter. Then you smack him on the head or maybe the shoulder. You see him go down, and you come down the track and say, hey, I'm sorry. But that was the intention.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, there's some sports that are really tough, you know, where you risk, you know, death almost. We think of boxing, maybe MMA, fighting. There's American football, which is a very dangerous sport. Down the ground this time. Ball run away. We're going to pick up just 1 run. Wasim Mohammed, just his first over, probably just needs to settle a bit. Yeah, you play those sports, but you still, I don't think you want to have that, you know, malice where you just want to go to hurt someone. I think if there is that, we need to weed it out of whatever sport you're playing, and just enjoy the good competition that men enjoy playing with each other. Down the track, heading straight to our commentary box area. I saw Latif got up. I thought he was going to jump and maybe take that catch there, but it was just a little too high for us. 6 runs there. Excellent shot.
Full-blooded shot, decided early. Once it's floated, he's going to come down the track. He came down and delivered there, Sachin Singh. Terrific shot to bring the over to an end. And our scorer says it's 45 without loss at the end of the over. In fact, one more? Yes. They're actually waiting for that ball to come. It's not going to come. It's left on the roof, I guess. And umpire Gavin Digyar, he's going to walk out with a box of balls there. But yes, that's a great shot if you've joined the broadcast. Just now, let me tell you that ESSEQUIBO won the toss. And they're bowling first against DEMERARA. And the 2 openers, they're still out in the middle there. Like we said, it's 45. And they're just beginning to open up here at the border cricket ground. Had a very cautious start, but the runs are now beginning to flow. And if these 2 left-handed get set here, I'm afraid ESSEQUIBO might very well have a long day.
It definitely is looking like that. I think right now we can say that the 2 openers are well set. Hemraj will be looking to make a statement, and so is Sachin. He will be trying to make his way into the senior Guyana team. Young Mohammed not having an easy introduction here with 2 set batsmen. Got to settle his nerves a bit. So Indrajit has taken his leave, and we want to welcome back Watercar Kemraj down the leg side, missed by the keeper. We're going to pick up 2 runs here by signal by umpire Josiah. So 12 overs completed. 12 overs completed, and the score moves on to for the 7 without loss. A dominant performance there. Ongoing here by the opening batsman, dear Wadakar.
Good morning again to you, Miku. Good morning to all of viewers and listeners on live stream. The action is steamy hot out in the middle. Demerara, by no means getting away with the game, but what they're doing, I put it this way, it's a calculated approach. Hemorrhage would want to stay there for a pretty long time. He's pretty aggressive. He's finding the gap now and then. Sachin Singh is also aggressive, but they're taking the attack to some sort against ESSEQUIBO here, who are not giving up. And it's a pity that that catch went down moments ago, as Swami will continue. Picks up the line, Hemraj, lets it go. Yes, I was talking about the approach here, Miku. I think it's well calculated. And as Indrajit said, my very good friend, if ESSEQUIBO doesn't make early inroads into the Demerara batting here, they might be in for a pretty long day here at the Border Cricket Ground, because the conditions are very suitable for batting as well. This is tucked into the onside. While there are no devils in the track, Miku, it's quite placid out in the middle, and I think that the ESSEQUIBO bowlers, Cadogan, now Swami showing that, as well as Samson, that once you can bend your back, you can have results, and they've put the ball in the right places as well. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to hold on to their chances.
Yeah, definitely. I'd want this one on the back foot, cutting that way. Oh. And this one is going to go down to the boundary for 4. So Hemraj getting his confidence back. It's 4 runs. He now moves on to 25. So Hemraj getting his confidence. I don't know how strong he is on that offside. I think he favors the offside just a bit more. On the back foot again, punch through the cover area, and this one is going to run into the boundary again. It's another 4 for Hemraj. So Hemraj is on fire here, and Swami is just under the gun at the moment. I think he's tried a full length, back of a length, but Hemraj is just onto the ball in a flash. Good stuff here by the batsman.
Yes, and I've been saying this all morning, once it's outside the off stump and Hemraj has the room, he will go for it. That ball was again on the line of the off stump, moving away. So the left-hander had the timing, and he had the placement too. There are only 2 fielders out there, so he bisected the gap. This is a much better delivery. In behind, stroking it straight down to mid-off, no run. 55, the score has gone up to Demerara for no wicket. 55. And we're just in over number 13. Over number 13, being bowled by Swami. But it's interesting, and this is only my opinion. You have won the toss, brilliant batting conditions. Why don't back your batters to go out and make runs? Why insult the opposition? I'll get your thoughts maybe in a minute. This is driven uppishly over cover. No fielders there. That's gone for 4. And Hemraj is doing it the way he does it. Finding the gap. 4 more to the left-hander. The score will go up now to, I make it 59. 59. Yes, 59 for no wicket. And that's the latest position here at Border.
Yeah, definitely, Wadakar. That is a good question indeed. I'm not sure what would have been the thought process or the reason why ESSEQUIBO would have been looking to bowl after winning the toss on such a good batting track. And we see how Demerara basically ran away with the game at this point. We're in the first hour, and looks like there's a late call by the umpires. We're going to Probably you're going to have a drinks break now, as maybe ESSEQUIBO look to regroup and settle themselves. So here at Border, 13 overs completed. It is 59 without loss. Chandrapal Hemraj on 33. Going guns a-blazing. We're going to take a break and be back with you in about 3 minutes or so. So welcome back after the drinks break, and it's going to be Ricardo Adams to continue here. So ESSEQUIBO just looking now to have some sort of hope, some sort of inroads into this Demerara batting lineup. The experience and the guile of Ricardo Adams being called upon by his skipper to see what he can do. He'll be bowling to the young Sachin Singh. Ricardo Adams, former Ghana player. Off to a good start there, bang on target. Oh, straight down the ground, lofted drive there, but he'll only get one. There's a fielder out there at the long on boundary, so just a single.
Good. So with that drive, the score has gone up to 60 for no wicket. Adams, from the southern end in brilliant sunshine now, would want to prize a wicket out for his team. Edge taken at slip. Hemraj looking to drive, not to the pitch of it, and got the outside edge taken by the fielder at first slip. And my word, ESSEQUIBO, they welcome that. They would look to the heavens and say, thank you, Lord, for that, because that was a pretty long time coming. Hemraj goes back to the pavilion, and a good strike there from Adams. It just goes to show, Miku, the experience being shown there by Adams. And after ESSEQUIBO toiling all morning, they had a catch put down, but kudos to them. They've stuck to their guns. That is why I like this ESSEQUIBO team. They're not giving up, and they're willing to fight, and that's nice to see.
that is exactly how you play cricket, especially the longer version of the game, 4-day cricket. You know, there are ups and downs, but you've got to stick to your guns, stick to the task, and not give up. And Adams coming on and striking immediately, exactly what the skipper would have wanted. So new batsman coming out for Demerara, Raymond Perez, right-hander, be up against Adams here. Left-hander will now come round the wicket to the right-hander, giving him more opportunities to get that wicket. Skipper Booty just ensuring that the field is set just right. Not want to give away any easy single to the new batsman. Make life as difficult as possible. We've got the slip, short fine leg, a short leg. Gonna bring an extra man over on the offside now. Just plug in that gap there at the cover region. Just a bit over pitch there. Looking to give that one a bit of flight. Just a bit over pitch to Perez, who's driving. Oh, that one confused Perez just a bit. Taking that outside edge. Close one, but he's going to pick up the single and get off the strike. But Adams will be liking what he's seeing here.
Yes, the score is pushed up to 61 for 1. And Hemorrhage's wicket, Hemorrhage 33 or 44 balls. And a very pugnacious, I put it that way, because he was looking for the drive most times. And in the end really got the edge and was taking it slip. But I'm pretty sure he wanted to stay for a pretty long time and build an innings. Beaten outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. The over has completed. So the position here is that ESSEQUIBO inserting Demerara to take first strike here in this intercounty game. They have reached 61 for 1 with that's Perez and Singh at the wicket. So we're back with the brilliant sunshine that we're accustomed to. Or when we came here this morning, it was really steamy hot. Nice wind coming into our commentary box as well, and really excellent view as we describe the action for you from our vantage point here towards the southern end of the ground. Border, famous venue, and a tremendous sight here as we gather here for this intercounty match. Very important match as well. So we see a change in bowling from the top end. We're just trying to get the name. In fact, it's Hubbard who will continue, and he will pick up the attack. 61 for 1, and he will bowl to the right-hander Perez, who taps away. And he's driving back to the bowler. Can score. Perez is another player who is quite aggressive as well. He would want to push things wrong and turn the strike over. This is a drive, misses outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by the keeper. And he lifts the fight another day, still 61 for 1. And Miku has just left us. And I'm pleased to say that we've been joined by an aspiring doctor here in Guyana. He's normally a scorer during this time, but you understand he's taking a short break from scoring now. And he's with us in commentary though. Ronaldo McGarrell. Good morning to you, Ronaldo. I understand you're making your debut as well in commentary. Welcome on board.
Hi, good morning, Anthony. Thank you. You can say it's my debut, but I have done some stints at the softball level. I'm pleased to be here at the legendary Border Cricket Ground to witness, what can you say, a deciding match. I won't call it the finals, but the outcome of this match could determine the outcome of this competition. We see 2 slips in place now. ESSEQUIBO on the attack. This one's hit over the top of mid-on, sorry. And it just gets into the boundary. Umpire signals now. But Anthony, you can see that the outfield is a bit heavy in certain parts of the border ground.
Yes, it's not the normally crisp outfield, fast lightning outfield that we have known Border for to be over the years. There are some rough patches out in the middle there, and it can hold up towards the boundary rope and so forth. It's quite a little bit heavy too. This is another drive by Singh. This will go away for 4. He is very vintage, savage, and very aggressive. And he is really taking the attack to the bowlers, the ESSEQUIBO bowlers. That was hit down the ground for 4. And he pushes the team total up to 70 for the loss of 1 wicket. 70 for 1, and we're in over number 15. So it just goes to show that this is an aggressive scoring rate here by DEMERARA. This is Hubbard bowls to Singh. He's pushing forward, and the beaten taken by the keeper. Good ball to finish the over. At the end of it, it's what, 70 for 1. 70 for 1. We've had 15 overs bowled. And Ronaldo, you were saying the outfield is not usually the fast and a very crisp outfield that we have known Border to be. Very lightning fast. And time and again, you will see the ball holding up. But we must also give kudos to the ground staff. They've done a tremendously good job. And let's hope that as the game progresses, as the sun peeps out again, that we're going to be having much more competitive action in terms of the outfield I'm talking about. Ball racing to the boundary. Because when you look at those drives, those pleasant drives and so forth, you want them go for 4, don't you? They're so pleasant to watch. As Adams will continue. This is Perez, and he's pushing it, looks for the drive. In fact, he gets a single as he plays the ball to the left of the field at mid-off. And one more to DEMERARA. They go up to 71 now for the loss of 1 wicket. Good competitive action out in the middle.
Definitely, definitely. I'm interested to see how Sachin Singh plays Ricardo Adams, because for the past 2 games, I can say I'm very impressed with the way Adams has bowled. The last game, especially against Berbice, he single-handedly, caused a huge collapse in the Berbice lineup. So how DEMERARA batsmen play Adams will be very crucial, especially in the remaining minutes of this session. We saw a quick discussion between Adams and his skipper. There's a slight change in the field. The leg slip comes a bit finer, and the cover comes a bit straighter. So here I think he's going to get a bit tighter on the batsman. And Sachin Singh does not care. He goes up and over, long off, and that's gone for 6. Anthony, what do you make of Sachin Singh's performance throughout the competition so far?
Well, to give you an assessment of that, this is a paddle sweep. We'll just await a signal from the umpire. It looks as though it hit the pad. Yes, so leg by signal by the umpire. 2 more to the total though. Yes, Sachin Singh in a nutshell. Pretty good, pretty good. He looks quite aggressive. That's nice to see. He's willing to turn the strike over. That's important. His running between the wickets is also very good. And I'm pretty sure that he's working hard on his fitness as well. So that's nice to see. All in all, he seems to be there and about. And the thing is with Ronaldo, I think he's much eager now. He's much eager too. No ball signal by the umpire. And that's something that, you know, the spinners, when the spinners overstep, it's quite annoying. Isn't that so? You tend to facilitate that with fast bowlers sometimes. This is driven down the ground. And this is knocked down by Cadogan as it goes down to Samson at mid-on. But another full-blooded drive there from Sachin Singh. So I was telling you about Sachin Singh. Yeah, he looks a competent player. He looks well organized and so forth. And a few things are working for him. That's nice to see.
Indeed, indeed. I've been following Sachin Singh for a while, since youth cricket. And he's always been a positive cricketer. As this one is cut away through cover by Perez. And it just about gets to the boundary now. That's 4 runs. Excellent shot. And seems as though Demerara is stepping on the gas a bit now. They're raced along. And that moves the score up to 85 for 1. And we're in the 16th over. Good comeback from Adams. So that brings the 16th over to the end. The score is 85 for 1. Sachin Singh is on 37 and Perez on 7.
Yes, you look at the scorecard, 85 of 16 overs, so that'll give you an impression that, look, the Demerara batters, they're not sticking around. They're taking full advantage too of the loose bowling. And this is an aggressive mindset by the Demerara batting lineup, and I like to see that. I know we're playing 4-day cricket, yes, but you know, once it's there to be hit, let it go to the boundary, seize the opportunity. And they're doing exactly that. That's nice to see. ESSEQUIBO taking that important wicket of Hemorrhage, and they would want to make further inroads. But it doesn't look easy for them out in the middle. The wicket is quite placid, quite true. And it looks as though they're going to be in for a very long day, as Singh will continue, because he has really built up on really nice innings so far. I like the way he has played so far, as Hubbard will continue. And there is a very interesting position just next to the bowler. Very fine. Which is not a mid-off, but maybe just a few steps to the bowler's right. Very interesting position, Ronaldo. As Hubbard will continue in brilliant sunshine.
Yeah, it is quite quite different, you can say. You don't normally see a mid-off that close and that straight. But I think the position, or the man there is put in that position because of the straight drives that Sachin Singh has played this morning. Here we see Sachin driving again. Can't get a run this time. We mentioned his drive so far, and whenever he steps on the front foot, you can see that it's a nice flowing drive. It seems as though he doesn't put too much power, much energy or effort behind it, but the ball just flies off the bat. He looks very comfortable now, Anthony. Again, we see slight change in the field with Perez on strike. Again, we have two slips to left-handed bowler Adams. Let's see how Perez plays it. Punched away, but straight to short cover. Can't score. Solid in defense. Perez is not a good player out of DCC. He's very strong on the back foot, especially, but he does have that drive in his collection. So I'm not surprised. I won't be surprised, rather, if he does get a... Ooh, good delivery. If he does pull that drive out on show for us today. Adams has bowled well so far. He's been hit for a few boundaries, but to me he's been very tight. This one is turned away, just behind square. This sells for one. Anthony, as Sachin Singh approaches this half-century milestone, do you think he's going to slow down, try to get there first and then play his shots, or you think he's just going to continue playing his shots?
Well, in the case, in any batter's mind, you're approaching a little milestone, so you want to be much more careful getting there. And I'm pretty sure that once he gets there, he's going to step on the gas a little bit more, or continue in his normal explosive style. This is hit on the onside. But I can tell you something for sure. Whenever he hits the ball, this stay hit. He's very strong, and he can give it a whack. Another over has been completed. The score has reached what? 86 for 1. We've had 18 overs bowled. And I'm talking about Perez and Singh out in the middle. Both would want to take it to lunch, Ronaldo, and come back after that, build from that, and see how far they can go here for Demerara. But Demerara, it has been their session so far, without doubt. ESSEQUIBO, they've had some lapses in the field, but Demerara, they have stuck to their guns, and they've really put some runs on the board, and put them very quickly as well, and that's nice to see. You're talking about back foot players earlier. If I cast my mind back to some fluent back foot players produced by Guyana, maybe one I can mention, Keith Semple, former West Indies one-day player, former Guyana captain as well, was very fluent off the back foot. This is a drive, no man move, this has gone for 4. Firmly struck by Perez on the offside for 4. He will go up to 12 and pushes the score to 90 for the loss of 1 wicket. Excellently played.
Indeed. And I did tell you about that straight drive from Perez earlier. These guys love to be positive. I won't use the word aggressive, but they like to get ball and bat and love to see that scoreboard ticking over. I'm excited to see some of the younger players get some big scores. Sachin Singh would have gotten a half century early in the competition. I think today he's going to want to get to that milestone, but push on beyond that half century milestone. Similarly, Perez, who hasn't really gotten a big scores yet, will want at least reach that 50 milestone. That's a good one. Got a bit of bunks there. Malcolm Hubbard has actually surprised me a bit. If I'm going to be honest, I didn't think he was known for his bowling so much. But seeing him for the past couple of games, he's really impressed me. He's bowled tight, and more importantly, he's gotten wickets.
Yes, there are some players who primary role maybe to be a batter, but they're given the ball to bowl, and they enjoy the opportunity doing so as well. Not over completed. It's 90 for 1. We've had 19 overs bowled. Just to remind you, you're listening to the Ghana Cricket Board Senior Male Inter-County Competition, ESSEQUIBO versus Demerara here at the border. But to score 90 runs from 19 overs, that's awesome. You know, that's quite commendable. So it just goes to show that, you know, they have been scoring at a very fast rate. And as you said, you know, let's take away the word aggressive and use positive instead. I think they're very positive out in the middle. And take nothing away from ESSEQUIBO though. They've been sticking to their plans. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to hold on to a few chances. But let's see what will happen. You know, they're not giving up. That's important to see. You know, we want to see the fight. We want to see the courage, the will there, as Adams will continue and will bowl to Singh. So Singh has 37 from 53, I am told. And these are welcoming runs for the left-hander. This is cut away, but brilliantly fielded in the offside here. Sometimes I look at Sachin Singh and I think it's Gajanan Singh out in the middle. This is hit high towards the left of our commentary box. That's gone for 6. High and handsome. That's another 6 to Sachin Singh. And he goes up to 43, I make it. 43, it's 96 for 1. The runs are coming and they're coming fast.
Yes, yes. Sachin is looking very good out in the middle today. The pitch seems very easy paced. No demons in the pitch here. And I think he has to go on. He has to get a big score today. Not a straight drive. Oh, that's poor from the fielder. That's Kadagan. And it's gone straight back past the bowler for 4 runs. Singh moves on to 47. I'm not sure if he knows he's on 47 because we see that the manual scoreboard is not up and running as yet. But I'm pretty sure someone must send that message to him and must send a message to the dressing room as well, because reaching 50 is a big milestone, a big landmark for a batsman. The over comes to an end. The score is 100 for 1 after 20 overs.
Good. So, it's simple math. We've had 20 overs bowl 100 runs, so it just goes to show to score 5 runs per over, it's quite commendable in any form of cricket. And the sun is really hot out in the middle, and ESSEQUIBO might be thinking, look, we've got to take our chances because this game is running away from us. Sachin Singh is on 5, he's on 47. And his partner, that's Perez, is also supporting him well. So, it doesn't look good for ESSEQUIBO at this point in time. But they're not giving up. And Hubbard will continue from the top end, or the old media center end. And he will continue to bowl to Perez with a solitary slip in, backward point, cover mid off on the offside. This is aerial, over cover, that's gone for 4. 4 more to Perez. I'll get his personal tally in a minute. And the score's gone up to 104 for the loss of 1. And quite aerial, quite aggressive, got the gap, picked up another boundary.
Yes, Anthony, but I think it was a good shot. The field was brought in. There's no one out there. So he went up and over that cover fielder, and it was 1 bounce 4. So excellently played. As I mentioned, the pitch seems very easy paced. And these batsmen should capitalize, should bat on, bat time, and get a big score. That's much better from Hubbard. With this field set here, he should be looking to bowl a bit tighter. That's the line you should be bowling. This one's flicked away to mid wicket. Can't get past though. Beautiful played away, but straight to the cover fielder. Anthony, it's a bright sunny morning here at Border. We don't usually hear this quiet in this part of Georgetown. It's usually a very loud sound of buzzing and vehicles passing by. But it's Sunday morning. Everyone's gone to church or home relaxing. As the over comes to an end, 21 overs bowled. The score is 104 for 1. I'm now joined by Surjit, my good friend. Surjit, how are you doing this morning?
Well, I am fine, Ronaldo, and it's a privilege to have you with us, not only a technician, but our trainee commentator as well. And, you have come such a long way. You recall, I know you since from Queen's College. You and my son used to play cricket together, played for the Georgetown Cricket Association and QC. So it's good. It's nothing like when an individual follow their dreams. And I was listening to you and Anthony here. Sachin Singh looks relaxed. He looks a man in form. His shots selection has been spot on. He has picked the gap. He's strong enough to go over the top. On the other hand, Perez, he has come out very aggressive, not over aggressive, has played some good looking shots as well. So this partnership beginning to build. And there's a drive again from Sachin Singh. He's a powerfully built young man. And this is good to see because he showed so much promise at the youth level. The question is, will this tournament motivate him? Because he has had run so far. Tight defensive, and he's on his way towards a half century too.
Yes, yes. Looks very solid, very compact, and well on his way to the half century landmark. And he goes again. This is skied, but lands safely. And the mid-on fielder, the long-on fielder, comes around and stops the boundary. Just single. But it seems as though he's not going to hold back, even though he's narrowing in on this landmark.
Well, he has to be careful there because Ricardo Adams got the ball closer to the line of the stump. He was cramped for little room there, got the thick inner part of the bat. It hung in the air for a long time. So he should know that he's on 48 now, just 2 away from a half century. And good delivery to bring the over to an end. At the end of the over, the score is 105 for the loss of 1. 22 overs gone.
And we see the energy being drained from the ESSEQUIBO fielders. Earlier they were buzzing, they were moving around, but now they're just simply dragging themselves to their positions. And I think it has to do with the rate at which the scoring is taking place. Even though these batsmen have been batting time, they've been scoring at a very rapid pace. And that usually gets the field inside. So we need someone on the field, as I would say, to motivate the others. And that usually is the job of the keeper. Speaking from experience.
Yes, I know you kept wicket at wicket, and you were very, very chirpy. The thing about the field placement here, these are not huge boundaries. So you're expecting if you're going to put a long on out, put him back to the boundary, he can always run in. I think ESSEQUIBO missed a little trick in that department when Sachin Singh lofted that one over the head of the long on fielder. So these are little things that you have to make count. He's on 48, and he's awaiting the bowling of Garfield Phillips. That's his first bowl for this morning. And he's starting from the northern end of the ground. So let's see if he can do the little magic that ESSEQUIBO is looking for. But Sachin Singh, pugnacious, he's well set and look very, very comfortable. And does the right thing. Left it alone outside the line of the off stump for it to go by into the gloves of the keeper. I hope I can give you the privilege of calling Sachin Singh's half century.
Thanks. Let's see. Played back to the bowler. Now we see that very straight and short mid-off being moved to a short cover. And earlier, I was questioning that move a bit. I was wondering if a catch is going to be taken there. This one's played away down to the deep mid-wicket, just a single. Moves on to 49. Yes, coming back to that field position. It was very unorthodox, but I wasn't sure if that move was just put that doubt in the mind of the batsman with that straight drive. But with the strength and the power at which these two batsmen are pushing or driving that ball, I'm pretty sure he was not going to take a catch there.
Well, you'll never know, but the thought was there. They're looking for him to play that drive. They have gone through the extra cover region on numerous occasions, so they're hoping for him to loft it there. And Perez is a very risky player. He has strong risk. That shot he played over the top of cover was a fine shot. The field was in. He trusted his wrist, and upon impact had enough to go over the top. You're going to see him play many of these shots. He's going through the covers all along the ground. That's going to race away for 4. That's another fine shot by the right-hander. He's tall and slender, and when he goes after it, he looks good. That's going to do his confidence well indeed. And that's the 50th partnership between the two. Congratulations. Well played.
Excellent partnership between these two DCC men, and they know each other very well. So I won't be surprised if they carry on this partnership because the understanding is there. They've batted together on numerous occasions as it overcomes to an end. There's 23 overs gone, 110 for 1.
So we're going to hear from Ronaldo Magarel during the course of this day and maybe the match as well. Good start for him. You know, this is what life is all about. You want to create the kind of opportunities so that the youngsters, they get a chance to develop the thing that they love. And we all know that he loves cricket. One of our technicians on FL Sports is done pretty well, and he's been replaced by a big man at the side of me. Former umpire, Miku Wania. He's on 48, the left-handed Sachin Singh. 49? That's right, 49. Can he get the half century? He's pushing it, soft hands, come through and gets the half century. Well played, Sachin Singh. His second so far for the season. He just shows the bat to his teammate out there. And yes, you could see him just pumping the muscle just a little bit. Not too much extravagance in that celebration, but enough to comfort himself. Well played, Sachin Singh.
Well done to you, young man. It's been a fighting knock. It's been not leading with many mistakes or even any mistakes. He's been just batting well. He kept a steady head. And it's not been all aggression. It's been controlled. When the bad balls were there, he did put it away. And he was confident at times to be using his feet to the spinners, coming down the ground, not afraid to chip to the spinners and clearing the boundary. So well done. It's been a wonderful knock by young Sachin. In the air there by Perez. Not a convincing shot. He did not get to the pitch of that one. That one's sort of peeling off the inside edge of his bat. He's a bit fortunate to still be there. So Perez will want to ensure he gets that right. Anthony Adams outfoxing him just a bit there.
And Anthony Adams is a very, very smart fellow. That was an excellent delivery. Knowing that Perez will go for the drive. Has to be careful, Perez. You don't want to hit them so much in the air. And this is off the back foot. On driving, beating Swami there at short mid-on. And getting the single in the process. So this is a thinking game. And sometimes, Miku, bowlers tend to bowl to the strength of the batter. Because sometimes your strongest area actually becomes your weak point as well. And could have easily hold out to the mid-on fielder. But he had enough to go away from him. That's something he has to be careful with the left arm spinner moving away from him. Good, tight delivery, well played by Perez.
Oh yeah, that was a really good delivery. I even heard a little shriek of excitement from Rennies doing the keeping duties there for ESSEQUIBO. So nice tight stuff there by Adams. So it's the end of the over here at border. It's 113 for 1. 24 overs completed. A little bit of refreshment there for the boys. We're almost at lunch. Just a few more minutes before we get there. The umpires will probably want to usher them off the field as soon as possible. Very strong Demerara lineup, but the ESSEQUIBO team has been doing quite well. in the regional, in the intercounty tournaments. This is the first 4-day tournament we've had in a while. It's a good think tank there for ESSEQUIBO. Garfield continuing from the North Road end. Now the left arm spinner. Bowling over the wicket. Ah, well fielded there, young man. Very quick on his feet to prevent the possible single there. Excellent feeling off his own bowling there in the Jeep.
Yes, he has maintained good control. The ESSEQUIBIAN can draw some inspiration from the likes of Bisham C. Prasad, who was an excellent left arm spinner in his time. He still plays cricket. He plays for the Masters game and still looks fit. Had tremendous talent and was rewarded too, but came at a time when Neil Bagarel and Mahendra Nagamutu were there. Very, very, very hard to get them out of the Guyana team. They were tested and proven professionals. Good single here and may convert this into 2. And mindful of the forward short leg in, playing with soft hands. And playing around the delivery as well. So Sachin Singh continues to look good. And these are good signs. And this is how people can benefit from the longer format of the game. You waited 9 years to get an opportunity to play 4-day cricket. You want to make it count. Played down towards short mid-wicket. The over has been completed. And at the end of the over, the score has gone on to 115 for the loss of 1. 25 overs gone.
Yeah, as you were mentioning, in the G, it's 4-day cricket. It's a long version of the game, you know. I think you'd wanna. We've had such a abundance of the short stuff, like the T20s and so forth. You know, a lot of guys would probably want to get that out of their system as soon as possible. I know that certain territories here in Ghana, they just focus on the short version of the game, limited overs. And now they don't focus as much on the longer versions of the game. So this is be something kind of new for most of the players this year. So we'd want this to continue so that the guys have this on their calendar, knowing that, say, it's 4-day time. There's no rush here. Young Sachin Singh is off to a great start. He has 50. And this is just the first session on the first day. So I'm thinking he should be probably thinking triple figures at this time. Maybe set goals per session. And try to maintain that focus. First look to get to lunch and still be there. That'll be the most important thing. Nice drive down the ground there by Perez, beating that whitish mid-off fielder, and it's gonna go for 4. You know, the ground fielding for the ESSEQUIBO team has not been the best in the G. You know, they can work on that a bit more. They've let quite a few balls through that maybe at a bit of extra effort could have been stopped.
Quinton Sampson, he has been running around this ground. Normally a very good fielder, but I think he misjudged it a little bit. He actually ran into the ball rather than ran, you know, around it. when he realized what was happening, it had enough power. And this time straight to the fielder. Can't get past him. Fielding is very, very important. So hello to you in ESSEQUIBO. Your boys have done extremely well so far in this inter-county match. The over has been completed, and our official scorer here says to me the score has gone on to 119 for 1, 26 overs gone.
Overcast conditions here at Border. On a bright day, even as we look at a little airplane making its way across the ground. Nice cool day, cool moment here. The sun has been peeking in and out, almost as if it's shy to come out. So Cadogan will continue. It's not have the best of starts, a couple of missed fields. So we'll be looking to probably try to make amends. Spell of 4 overs, 11 runs. The ball now to 2 set positive batsmen with the luncheon interval just around the corner. So Skipper Booty keeping the 2 slips in place. No gully at this time. A cover point, a cover. Oh, looks like he's gonna bring in Malcolm Hubbard now. Stand at a bit of a in the gully area. And straight to Hubbard. So the skipper getting that one right. Peeling off the outer portion of Sachin Singh's bat.
And Miko, I have a good chance to look at Cadogan. I'm very impressed with him. He has pace. He can do a few things with the ball. And I think here's somebody who can, you know, once he get the necessary help, can certainly develop. Has a good action, good rhythm as well. And he complements that with good batting. So we are seeing some talent. It is left now what he does or who works with him. But I like what I am seeing. So wherever you are in ESSEQUIBO, you know, your boys have done well so far. They continue to do well. But they're up for a challenge here against this Demerara team. Demerara is scoring and scoring very, very quickly. They will take the single here, just concentrating maybe just on the line of the leg stump and middle stump. So he understands there is a single there, Sachin Singh, and he plays well. ESSEQUIBO, beautiful county. So many islands up there. Mountains, waterfalls, beautiful people. The cuisine is good there. The entire atmosphere. I always enjoy my trips to ESSEQUIBO. We have had wonderful trips going up there for cricket at Imam Bacchus, Hampton Court in those days. Splendid. Had some lovely time at Anna Regina. Made some good friends there. We know them as the Cinderella County, but have been good development in ESSEQUIBO. I'm not too certain if they still consider themselves Cinderella County. So 2 slips Ricardo Adams at first slip. Buddy is at second slip. And in the gully there, Malcolm Hubbard. Short and slashing at it and floored by Hubbard down at gully. That's the reason why he was set there. And that's the second catch going down. ESSEQUIBO putting down that one. You can't be allowing that. Yes, it was going quick. It was in the hands and out.
This is the second drop for the session we've had from Hubbard. So this is not good stuff. Once again, the feeling for ESSEQUIBO has left much to be desired at this time. You know, you're in the gully. This is how it's going to come. It's not going to come all lobs and nice, easy catches. You're a gully fielder. You've got to be prepared for that. Nice delivery there by Cadogan, who would be just a little bit disheveled at this point, seeing his catch go down. Perez playing at that one, getting that edge to the gully fielder, and Hubbard putting it down again. So Hubbard would want to do much better. His skipper brought him into the gully. One would get the feeling that he is the usual gully fielder for the ESSEQUIBO team, so we would expect better from him. The second drop of the session. It's a bit wide of the off stump there, and that's the end of the over. 27 overs completed. It's 120 for 1, Demerara. You know, going back to what you were saying about ESSEQUIBO, beautiful ESSEQUIBO in the Jeet. You know, I have my roots in ESSEQUIBO as well. My mother is from ESSEQUIBO, Nikadan, Wickenham. You know, my father would have made many trips over there to ask home, as we would say. I don't know if the young people, do they still do that? Ask home, or do they just send a WhatsApp message? I'm not sure, but spent a lot of time on the coast in Underneeman. So you realize that Georgetown is basically made up of people from ESSEQUIBO and Berbice. Usually everyone is from ESSEQUIBO or Berbice. You know, you very rarely find someone who's in Berbice say, "Oh, they don't leave town to go to that area." So yeah.
Good start here by Ricardo Adams. On the other way around to Miku. Lots of boys from ESSEQUIBO and Berbice came to Georgetown and took girls away to those counties. This is a fine tickle down the leg side. It goes down towards long leg, and they will complete two. This is what you call milking the bowling. Well played once again by Sachin Singh. There have been movement across the counties, and you know, there were once in Guyana when all three counties were different colonies, but they were united in 1831 on the British Guyana. And now we are Guyana when we gained our independence way back in 1966. There's a drive. ESSEQUIBO had its own capital. That was Fort Island, was once the capital of ESSEQUIBO. It was under the Dutch. There are lots of Fort Kuykoverall as well. Every county has its own beauty, has its own landmark, and the rivalry is immense among the three of them.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think it's the uniqueness is what makes everything special. You have to have your own special way, special culture. So it's the end of the over. Score is now 122 for 1 28 overs completed, and we will have a break and go to lunch. Umpire Josiah, they're calling lunch. So it's been a good morning session for the Demerara batters. ESSEQUIBO will be reeling just a bit at the missed opportunities after winning the toss and choosing to bat.
So we'll endeavor to give you some of the bowling figures thanks to our scorer here. Neil Cadogan, who started the bowling, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, no wicket. And we'll just pick the other one up for you there as quick as possible. Garfield Phillips. Phillips sent down 2 overs, no maiden, 7 runs, no wicket. And here are the figures for Ricardo Adams, the left arm bowler. 8 overs, no maiden, 1 for 36. And just in a moment, we're surely going to give you the next one. Leon Swami, the medium fast bowler, 3 overs, none for 15. So at lunch, 122 for the loss of 1. The man going back to the pavilion, Hemraj, he made 33. So do join us in another 40 minutes when play resumes.
Well, good afternoon to you, and welcome back to the famous Border Cricket Ground here. Border Cricket Ground here in beautiful Georgetown. Again, we're gathered here for the continuation of this Guyana Cricket Board Senior Male Inter-County 40 Cricket Tournament between ESSEQUIBO and Demerara. Well, at lunch, Demerara had gathered 122 for 1, and in very quick time as well, of just 28 overs, with Perez on a 25 and Sachin Singh a well played, a well calculated innings of 55, the left-hander as well. 122 for 1, as I said, and really gloomy days here for ESSEQUIBO. Putting down a few catches out in the middle, not holding on to the chances presented to them. The umpires are out in the middle, and the players will assemble in a few. But it has been a morning dominated by Demerara with the bat. And an interesting situation, ESSEQUIBO winning the toss and inserting Demerara to take first strike. The conditions here are sweet for cricket, absolutely brilliant sunshine, heavy wind coming into our commentary box, and we're all set to resume the action after lunch has been taken. I now see the two umpires just consulting with the standby umpire. That's Mr. Digar. No doubt in a bit we're going to have a word for you, but it is all set out there to resume. 122 for 1. Good afternoon to you, Miku. I guess you had a good lunch.
Good afternoon, viewers, and good afternoon to you, Watercar. Yeah, and lunch was good, and it's a strange occurrence here, whereby we see the umpires are exiting the field, and we're not sure why at this time. It's actually
I guess
time
we
to
continue our discussion when they come on. I do hope that they will do so in a bit, but they're heading off, as you said, Miku. Very, very strange, though.
So we will now take a break and be back with you in a few minutes or so when we receive word as to what is the issue here. So stay tuned, and we will be back with you in a short while.
afternoon again to you, and welcome to a very sunlit border cricket ground here in a beautiful Georgetown. Now we are actually set to go. When I talked to you earlier, the players were coming off the field, umpires as well. But now we have got things sorted out after a short delay, and the players, as I said, are back out to the middle. The umpires are there as well, and the ESSEQUIBOs just making their way out in the middle. The two batters as well, that's Perez and Sachin Singh. Perez has 25 and Singh has 55. 122 for one of 28 overs. And it has been a session enjoyed by Demerara. As I said, brilliant sunshine. Everything is in perfect order for a restart after lunch. And we're about to get things going. Alongside me again is my very good friend, Miku. Good afternoon to you, Miku. I hope you're going to be having another fabulous session of play.
Good afternoon, viewers. Good afternoon, Watercar. So we are looking forward to this post-lunch session. Demerara on top, looking to build on the foundation that's been set. ESSEQUIBO, on the other hand, will be looking to make some further inroads into this attack and try to maybe get back into this game a bit. But it seems like an uphill task so far.
Yeah, it is. Given the fact that they scored that amount of runs in the first session alone off 28 overs, would signal to you that it's been a session dominated by Demerara. Even though they have offered the ESSEQUIBOs a few chances, which they floored, as Cadogan will continue from the top end, and he will bowl to Perez. Beaten outside the off stump, beauty of a delivery just after lunch. And what a ball to have just after lunch, Miku.
Oh yeah, it's nice, right on the money, just back of a length, causing Perez to stand and just push at that one. Feet in no man's land. Cadogan so far 5 overs, just 11 runs, no wickets as yet. Almost had his first one there, I can tell you that.
He was going for the drive, then got it to the outer part of the bat down to the third man. The fielder, that's Philip, who cleans up now when he get 2 more runs. So those are the first runs after lunch. Demerara go up by 2, 124. I make it for the loss of 1 wicket. Not in total control there though.
Yeah, I think Perez was just used the wrist there a bit. Very full delivery. I think that's one of the areas in which Perez likes it. He's back on strike. Looking to just settle.
And you look at Cadogan, the entire session, during the course of the morning period, he was always bending his back from the top end. A really concerted effort from the young man, as well as Samson from this end. So the ESSEQUIBO bowlers, they've stuck to their guns too. But Demerara, with the aggressive stroke play and the positive mindset, have put them in a really solid position.
Nice line there by the bowler, drawing Perez forward. See him now rehearsing the shot. Maybe could have left that one alone. There's a lot of work to be done here by the ESSEQUIBO bowlers. 124 for 1. It's not the kind of scorecard you'd expect after winning the toss.
You know, as some would say, you know, add 2 wickets to that score, then that's going to change the complexion of the game, basically. But that seems pretty far away. They had their chances, which they floored.
So just Ricardo Adams picking up the lone wicket.
This is a drive. Pleasant to the offside. Beats the fielder. Poor effort there. That looks as though it's Hubbard. And we'll go into the cover boundary for 4. In fact, it's Phillips. Hubbard, correction. And the score will push up to 128 for 1. We've had, 29 overs bowled. Again, not being supported in the field.
Yeah, Hubbard has had an absolutely poor day in the field, flooring 2 catches. Now we've seen the misfield that went for 4. You know, it's been, I think he's been generally known as a decent fielder, but these mistakes now seem very costly to the ESSEQUIBO side.
So Adams will continue from this the southern end. Singh has got 55, and these have been 55 valuable runs. Isn't that so, Miku?
Oh, definitely setting the tone right to the top of the order for the Demerara batting lineup. But there's so much more to come. The likes of Barnwell, Ali Muhammad, Akshaya Prasad. So there's still a lot of batting there, but this is good stuff by Sachin Singh. Now we see the skipper employing just like a short mid-on fielder. It's going to be Hubbard again. Just a push there by Sachin Singh, no run. Hubbard once again is in the firing line.
This is a drive through the offside. The fielder dives to his right, but the ball evades him, and they pull it back towards the boundary ropes there in the covers, and they get 2 more runs. So he goes up to 2. We'll push his personal tally to 57. I make him 57, and the total will go up to 128 for 1. In fact, he's 61. And caught at slip. Brilliantly taken. Sachin Singh taking at slip, going for the drive, not to the pitch of it. And the left-hander goes back to the pavilion. Disappointingly, though. A well-played innings of 61, though. I thought that, he would have gone on to get 100 maybe. Well-played runs. And he goes back to the pavilion for 61. And ESSEQUIBO have picked up their 2nd wicket. Good catch in the end, though, at slip.
Oh, that was brilliant there by the skipper. Excellent athletic catch there. Diving away to his right. It's beautiful stuff to see. All right. So well taken there. And Anthony Adams again doing the damage and removing the set left-hander. So Adams showing his value and his worth for his ESSEQUIBO team.
Yes, and from the moment you see a difference in bowling from Adams, because he was willing to flight it and to lure the batters down. And Sachin Singh, he would go aggressive at the bowling, and on that occasion wasn't to the pitch of it, got the edge, and was brilliantly taken by the skipper at first slip. And he goes back to the pavilion for 61, as I said. But now ESSEQUIBO can sense, we can make a few inroads, because, we've picked up the dangerous figure of Sachin Singh. We've seen the back of him, so let's see what we can work on.
So the new batsman in at the crease is Akshaya Prasad, another left-hander. Going to be facing up to the, on top of his game, Ricardo Adams, coming left arm round the wicket. Akshaya Prasad just taking his guard in the whole shift and rank Chandrapal model. So a short leg, slip, very. So now, no, he's moving that fielder. He's gonna bring in. Howard is gonna drop back to a mid-wicket position. A leg slip will now be in place. And the slip. So interesting field here.
Yes, and why not support your bowler? You've just taken a wicket, a new batter the crease. You have the options, go for them. He's coming forward, not in total control, slightly beaten there. That's Prasad. Good bowling here from Adams.
Definitely, he's been bowling well since the morning session. Just continuing his good form here, trying to put a little bit more pressure on Prasad. Trying to get that flight right, drawing Prasad forward. The experience of Adams being on full display here. Shai Prasad getting off the mark, working this one, square the wicket on the leg side. So that is the end of the over. Score 131 for 2, and it's 30 overs completed.
Yeah, so this is a nice little period after lunch. ESSEQUIBO starting to enjoy here, after they were given a few, they were offered a few chances in the first session, didn't hold on to them, but they'll be really happy that they've picked up a very important scalp of Singh, and now they can work their way through as Prasad takes guard and will settle to see what he can do here. But as I said, I keep saying, Miku, take nothing from the ESSEQUIBONs. Apart from the catches that they've floored and a few lapses, they basically stuck to their game plan. But it's unfortunate that they haven't been able to hold on to the few chances. But Cadogan, he's a striving young man. He's always willing to bend his back. We looked at Samson earlier. He was good as well. Adams has been there, line and length. So the bowling has been good.
Yeah, the bowling has created the chances, but the fielders have not taken those chances.
This is a ball that's pushed into the offside. He'll get at least 2 here. They'll get a 3rd. There is an appeal towards the ball was thrown towards the striker's end. That's Swami who took off the bails. And Noro sees the umpire, so they get 3 runs eventually. And it's important to seize the opportunity. Once you see an overthrow, and it's there, you go for it. That's nice.
So it's another instance of a lapse in concentration, poor fielding by the ESSEQUIBONs. I'm going back to the shot. This is good, positive cricket from Akshay Prasad. He played that one and immediately called through his partner for the single.
This is a bumper. And might have gone for the pull, maybe. Misses taken by the keeper. Some pace being worked up there by Cadogan as well. Nice to see that.
Yeah, it's just a little too wide to really trouble Perez. Want to direct that more towards the body of the batsman. Still 2 slips in with the gully. Interesting in seeing that the gully field has been changed. It's now Ricardo Peters standing at gully. Skipper changing from Hubbard.
And this is the thing I like with Bodie. He's always willing to bring the changes around. And sometimes as a captain, you have to think out of the box. If it's not working for you, then you have to make changes.
I think we heard that one from up here. It's like a real punch in the gut there. That dull sound into the body of Perez, but he's not going to show it because he's a fighter. He's there, out there to do battle.
Well, you'd want to get a big score, and the only way to do that is to stay there and acquire your runs. You've got time on your side.
Looks like that one may have just kept a bit, just a little bit lower than Perez would have been anticipating. Just bat turning in his hand. Catching the lower part of the bat as he looked to maybe play that one with a straight bat. Cut shot square of the wicket.
This is cut away down to what? Backward point. I thought for a moment that would have been a catch. It was in the air for a while. Another over has been completed. At the end of it, Demerara inserted the bat here by ESSEQUIBO at border. They've reached 134 for 2. Perez has 27 and Prasad has 4.
Good stop there by Wasim Mohammed in the cover point region. Powerfully struck. He was equal to the task.
And that position, Miku, reminds me of my playing days, the school days. Backward point and gully, you know, I would love to feel in that area.
Well, I was excellent in the slips. You know, I don't have any film or record to prove it, but you know, I was. You could take my word for it.
Adams picks up the attack. Yes, some fielding positions, you know, can be very, as a matter of fact, all fielding positions, but some are very critical. Gully, slip, you name them. And sometimes my captain would post me at forward short leg.
You've got to focus in that position.
This is pulled away. Down, in fact, straight to mid-wicket. That's Swami who's in the way. He fields, prevents the boundary basically, and they get one more. Good rotation in the strike though. 135 for 2.
Nice shot there by Akshay Prasad. Pouncing on that one. Picking the length quite early. I think one of the beautiful things I'm seeing about Adams' bowling is that he's willing to go just a bit slow in the air. Maybe try to get a bit of drift, some bounce. No ball.
He tends to have this problem time and again, Ricardo Adams, where he's sending down no balls at a frequency. If I'm correct, I think this is the second one for the innings. We'll just confirm with our score though. Second no ball, yes. Adams is bowled in this inning so far.
This is nice bowling here from Adams. I think the difference is that a lot of the spinners that I've seen in this tournament so far, they've all been looking to bowl at a much faster rate, you know, very quickly, as though they're maybe in a T20 game or so. So that's the end of the over. The score is now 136 for 2. And 32 overs completed.
So just in case you've just joined us, let me just tell you what transpired during the course of the morning session. Of course, the toss was won by ESSEQUIBO. They inserted Demerara to take first strike. Hemorrhage made 33. That was a pretty long time ago. And Sachin Singh, moments ago, he got 61. Was dismissed. It was at 134-2. But these two have taken it to 136 so far. That's Perez and Prasad. And they'll need to stay there for a pretty long time. Because Demerara, I guess they'd want to bat once. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's would be the aim, the goal of almost any team in the longer version of the game. But they've got to put in the work to get to that vantage point. Back of a length stuff there. I think when we look at Akshay, I think he may just be falling over just a bit. Want to ensure he gets his balance right. He is new to the crease. Probably take some time to get his feet right and settle in.
This is pulled away savagely over mid-wicket. In fact, which is vacant and is gone for 4. So Prasad picks up another boundary and will push the Demerara total up to 140 for the loss of 2 wickets. Prasad goes up to 9. That was well played.
He saw that one as big as a beach ball. Pounced on it, pulled it away. Didn't get it off the middle of the bat. The sound coming from the shot lets us know that. But nevertheless, it's 4 more to the score. And that's the important thing.
This is directed to the head. In fact, he's pulling and the ball will go down to what? A fine leg area. The fielder comes off the boundary and they get a single. In fact, they get 2. Correction. So 2 more to Prasad. He goes up to, I make him 9.
I really like that shot from Akshay Prasad because the way how he controlled the short ball. It was a very short delivery. He didn't look to pull it too hard, but just control it, guided it down, and picked up the double. This time on the back foot, driving through the covers, picking up a single. So this is good, positive cricket there by Akshay. It's really nice to see. I'm glad for the young man. Try to get some runs under his belt. He's been under a lot of scrutiny of late.
Yes, and of course, he would want to score big, and to get back into the pick of things for the Harpy Eagles.
And this is where he's got the opportunity. There's time. It's a good batting surface. Oh, nice.
It's turned away neatly off the legs. The fielder comes off the boundary and limits them to 2 more. So Perez, he looks classy out in the middle there. He goes up to 2. Will push his personal tally to 29. Prasad has 12, 145 for 2.
Straight to the gully fielder. That's the end of the over. Score is now 145 for 2 here at Border. I love the positivity that I'm seeing from these 2 batsmen. They're playing. They've been positive in their calls, positive in their stroke plays. And that shot by Akshay just lets me know that he's looking to control his innings. It's a well-controlled hook shot, keeping it down. So it's good stuff to see. And I really hope that these 2 young men can kick on and get a formidable total and even solidify the position of the Demerara team in this 4-day clash here at Border. But at the moment, he has to deal with the cunning Ricardo Adams, and that one just missing the outside edge there, Watercar. Even as
Yes,
we
we
look
look at the replay. That one just slid past the left-hander. He is quite an intelligent bowler, Adams. Can lure you down the track as well. That's nice. To this ball, he's driving. Finds the gap on the offside. We'll get a single. Good rotation in the strike. One more to the total, 145 for 2. I was talking about Adams. He's very intelligent in terms of slow bowling. He seems as though he knows exactly when to toss it up, when to push the faster one in, and to mix it with his variety.
Just as you were saying, tried a darter in, very full delivery, Yorker length. But Perez equal to the task. And now we see him just slowing it down a bit, dropping back the length outside the line of the off stump.
This is aerial, over cover. This will, in fact, it goes away for 6. Elegantly played by the right hand again. That's Perez. Inside out shot. He goes up to 6. And will take the Demerara total up to 150. The 150 has come up. 152 for 2. Perez has 35. And Prasad has 13. That was neatly done.
Oh, yes. Good positive shot. As I said about these two batsmen, good positive shot. They waited on the bad balls. It was there. It was full. He went over the fielder and he got 6. Let's see his response now. So it's the end of another over. A good over for the Demerara team. Score moves on to now 152 for 2 after 34 overs.
Yes, so the 150 has come up in fair time. And it just goes to show how fast, how positive they have been. That's nice to see. The odd boundary, the odd 6 coming. And you're willing to seize the opportunity to get amongst the runs. Perez will want to score a big one, I guess, as well as Prasad. So there's, plenty to play for as we look at change in bowling from the top end. That's Samson. He's the man. He will continue. And we'll bowl to Prasad.
Yeah, I think there's at least maybe 3 young batsmen in the Demerara team who are probably just at the door, or if not on the door, maybe in the yard of the national team. Akshaya Prasad, there's Sachin Singh, and Raymond Perez. So all 3 of these young men will be hungry, looking to make an impression on the selectors. So they have a lot to play for, as you would have mentioned.
Opens the face. That was beautifully played through the offside field. The fielder gives chase, and the returns now. And they get another 2 runs. That was gently played through the offside. No power, basically, just timing. He gets 2 more. He goes up to 15, I make him? 15. Perez has 35. 154 for 2. Elegantly played there, Miku.
Yeah, it looks like it's a very easy time here for the Demerara batters. They're a bit more cautious and respectful with Adams when Adams is into the attack. Earlier in his opening spell, Sampson was getting a nice shape into the left handle, coming from a position of round the wicket. Now he's coming over the wicket, but it's from the north road end.
Picks up the line very quickly. Lets it go. 154 for 2. Sampson this morning bowled pretty well. Got some movement from the southern end.
Yeah, in the first session he had 5 overs, 16 runs, no wickets.
This is another brute of a delivery. And at the last moment, pulled the bat in. Might have been beaten there though. 154 for 2. But Sampson, he can do a thing or two with the ball, isn't that so?
Yeah, looking at Akshay Prasad, he remind me a bit of Wavell Hines. And that special way how Hines left the ball when he played for the West Indies, just bringing the bat inside of the line of the delivery. Played away to the cover point region. No run. Akshay Prasad has been looking very good. Very elegant, square the wicket on the back foot. Opening the face of the bat once again. Looking for the opportunity for a single, but there's nothing there. So it's good to see that positive intent from the young man. So you've got to approach batting. And you know, they say fortune favors the brave.
This is edged towards the fine third man area and goes into the boundary for 4. That will conclude another over bowled by Sampson. At the end of it, Demerara are 158 for 2. Prasad has 19 and Perez has 35.
So say thank you there, Watercar. A streaky boundary by Akshay Prasad, but he will take it. It's all counts as runs. And it looks like Adams will continue. And joining me now in the commentary box, in the G. Welcome.
Thank you, Miku. And good contest going on out in the middle. Demerara capitalizing on their earlier position. And certainly these two boys continue to look real good out in the middle. And thank God the clouds that we had earlier on, they have disappeared. Lovely conditions of cricket. Yes, and during the course of this over, that's a big swing by Perez. It's going to run close towards the boundary. It's a yes-no situation, but they'll complete 2. And here again, Perez not getting it the way he wanted. I mean, he wants to free his arm. He loves to hit the ball over the top, but you have to be selective. Just want to let our viewers and listeners know that the Guyana Cricket Board has named the Guyana under 15 team which will participate in Cricket West Indies Rising Star Championship. That's scheduled for Antigua and Barbuda from April 2 to April 13. And of course that's this year.
Positive looking drive there by Perez. Found the ground, but no run.
Yes, and the Ghana Cricket Board Junior Selection Committee, led by Chairman Andre Percival, along with Dinesh Joseph and Balram Samaru. They named that squad. A squad was named on Friday. Dave Mahabir will once again lead the national under-15 side. We placed second in 2022 in that regional tournament, while Romario Ramdial will once again act as vice captain to that Dave Mahabir team. So I'll give you the entire team. The overs come to an end, and at the end of the over, it's 161 for the loss of 2. So that Guyana under-15 team reads: Dave Mahabir, captain; Romario Ramdial, vice captain; Navin Budwa, Adrian Hetmaya, Arun Gasai, Arun Genda rather, Dinesh Prasad, Zandan Rose, Razam Kubir, Sohail Mohammed, he's the wicket keeper in that team. Nicely steered here by Akshaya Prasad, down towards third man, and he'll get the single. Jonathan Mentor, Shane Prince, Arif Khan, Emmanuel Lewis, and Trelok Nanan. So that's the squad. The over has been completed here. And at the end of it, well, we just have to, it's 162? That's correct. So that was a maiden send down. So the standbys in that team are Nicholas Lovell, Mikli Sharma, Thierry Henry, Fiaz Baksh, Nicholas Hall, Vishal Williams, and Kishan Silas, along with Brandon Harry. So we have updated you with that Guyana under-15 team that will be heading to Antigua for the Rising Star West Indies Championship. We wish them all the best.
Definitely, and congratulations to all of you guys who would have been selected. You know, congratulations to your parents who would have invested so much in their children, you know, their sons making it to this level. Beaten outside the line of the off stump, just back of a length. You know, seems to be cramping Prasad there for a bit, like, you know, in between decisions.
That was an extremely good short pitch delivery, very close to the batsman body. Good judgment shown by Akshaya Prasad. Had some venom on it too. Now this is an extremely good pitch for batting. When you bend your back, you're getting something out of it. Just look at the energy that was used up there by Samson. Very good ball. That was real quick as well. So nothing wrong with the pitch. True bounce coming through.
Yeah, that one looked like it was. The previous one looked to me as if he was beaten, but this one looked like that Waver Hines-esque leave alone.
And you're right about that. He judged it well once again, Akshaya Prasad. He's the senior batsman in the team, all right? And he needs to stamp his authority at this level. Was not considered, and that was because Savory scored big in the practice matches, and he got the nod ahead of Akshaya Prasad. Savory, a masterful 100 against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So he has made use of his opportunity.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I can tell you from the time that I've, you know, been on the field with Savory, even as an umpire, he's always been a hard worker. And it's so proud, you know, watching the young man develop from the junior stages to now being in the senior national team. It's just excellent to see. I think his batting has improved, his keeping has improved, his attitude on the field has always been exemplary. So congratulations to you, Savory.
Yes, and one wishes a speedy recovery too to Bramble, our wicketkeeper. That was an unfortunate incident. Beaten, bowled a quick short one He actually took that ball in front of his face and it split the gloves and smashed into his face. Visited a hospital in Trinidad and Tobago. I guess before the end of this day, we're going to have some update on Bramble. The over's been completed. A good one, too, by Quinton Sampson. 162 and another maiden send down.
Definitely. I hope he recovers well. Now, going back to the 15 team that you would have just mentioned in the G, you mentioned a Hetimaya. Is that any relation to the Hetimaya brothers and Barbies?
Yes, it runs in their blood. That's his nephew, Adrian Hetmaya. Scored heavily in Barbies under 15 cricket. The man had 5 centuries in 7 innings and came to the inter-county tournament and did extremely well too. Yes, so it runs in the family. He's an extremely good youth player and a lot is expected of him. Down the track, blasted. That was a vicious shot by Perez over the top of wide, long off, and down to the boundary for 4. You enjoyed that one, Ronaldo, didn't you?
Yes, I did. And since before lunch, I was telling some of the other commentators, Perez on the front foot is dangerous. He has some lovely cover drives, and on this occasion, he came down the track, advanced, and lifted it over the man that made off. Beautiful shot.
As he's gone on to 42 with that ferocious drive. And he's going again, this time brilliantly knocked down in the covers. The return comes in from Swami. Excellent feeling. And this is what you want to see, a piece of great cricket.
Indeed. It seems as though the ESSEQUIBO boys had a good lunch.
Yes, he has come out with a lot of muscles there, Perez.
A lot of energy.
Well, he has been there long enough to have a good sight in. Nicely tickle around. He's going to get runs here, Perez. And go back and complete 2. This is excellent. Look at him deliberately knowing that part of the ground down at short backward square is vacant. And he can score runs there, manipulating the pace of the bowler Adams. If he continues to strays down the leg side, well then he's going to capitalize.
Right. That's easy pickings for Perez. And here we can see Perez doing something similar to the first session, where he played himself in for a couple of overs, get himself going, and now you can see that he's stepping on the gas, playing some more shots, and being a lot more positive.
Yes, I first saw Perez playing in the Georgetown Cricket Association under 15 tournament. Looked good since those days. You yourself played against him.
Indeed. Played alongside him, against him. And I know the class he has and the ability and talent. So it's good to see him here at the senior intercounty level, still playing and still doing well.
Yes, and some water is being brought out in the middle. Some juice, we can tell from the looks of the color in that bottle. So they're going to refresh themselves. Been a very, very hot day. Just retrace what happened today. ESSEQUIBO won the toss and decided they're going to field first on a pitch that is excellent for batting. Hemraj was caught by Bodhi. He was troubled a lot while he was out in the middle, coming back after a little bit of layoff after that hit on the head. He eventually went for 33, caught by Bodhi in the slips of the bowling of Adams. It was 60 for 1. They went to lunch on 122 for the loss of 1. Sachin Singh then brought up his second half century in this year's intercounty tournament. He was on 55. And Perez looking dangerous on 25. 28 overs sent down in that period. After lunch, Sachin Singh caught by Bodhi. Good catch of the bowling of Adams. He made 61, 130 for 2. So a good partnership building up here.
and continuing the good work that both Perez and Sachin Singh would have placed earlier. This one is punched on the back foot. The straight peeler, and everything. That is can't get a run. This has been a fiery burst from Samson post lunch.
And Ronaldo have just been passed a piece of paper with some information here. And it has to do with the East Bank Demerara Cricket Association SDT 20 final at Farm. Well, that started at 1 p.m. today. Zahir Mohammed, our roving cameraman. He's a journalist by profession, now in the freelance arena. Has passed on this for me. Horstelling B, they actually beat Demolition and Continental Park Raptors beat Horstelling A in the semifinals. Horstelling B include Budan Baksh, Darren Manohar, Clement Archer, Jermaine Ramrup, Trevor Ben, well-known names on the east bank of Demerara. Looking for a single here, Samson gets there. Fires the return, but Perez had enough to get back. While Continental Park include the likes of Akeem, Rodman, Devon. There is Ewart Samuels, Troy Ben, Shali Messiah, and Chanel Angel. So I guess East Bank will be a hype of action there. I'm wondering to know where Sunil Joshua will be heading, whether he's going up on East Bank. But most likely once his buddy is here, Ronaldo, he might very well come to board. The over's been completed. It's 164 for the loss of 2.
Looks like we'll have a change in bowler. This is Garfield Phillips coming from the Regent Road end.
Yes, Garfield Phillips did bowl well at the Enmore Community Center ground in that match against Borbies. So I'll give you Ricardo Adams' figures. He has been pulled out of the attack. 13 overs, no maidens, 2 for 58. So he's continued to be among the wickets. And there's a short extra cover in place here.
This is a very interesting field. It seems as though they're going to squeeze Raymond Perez with only one man placed out on the mid-wicket boundary. Everyone else is inside the circle.
Yes, and Ronaldo, the trick here, they want him to go over the top of extra cover. That's why the short cover is there, just in case he doesn't connect. You know, that's a catching position. Feel well to his own bowling there, Garfield Phillips.
Poor ball, poor ball. Short, long hop, and just helps around the corner to deep backward square. That's 4 runs to Perez. He moves on to 48, approaching that landmark.
And that's how it should be. You bowl a bad ball, you capitalize. And Perez knew exactly where he's going to hit that one, made the connection, and a simple boundary for him. So he's on 48, like you said, Ronaldo. If he gets to the half century, this will be his first in inter-county 4-day cricket.
Yes, and I'm excited to see him get there.
And I'm excited to give you the opportunity to, you take it away, bring the 50 for your partner.
All right, let's see. He's been batting well so far. And I'm sure everyone up here will be excited to see him as a young man reach that milestone. And of course, in his maiden inter-county tournament.
Yes, and that is what makes it sweeter. There's a wide deliver here by Garfield Phillip. Just deliberately looking to go wide of the off stump. Wanting his man to drive. There's a backward point cover, extra cover, and a mid-off.
Nicely turn off his hips. Moves on to 49. Gets ever so close.
And he of everyone else will know the job has yet not been done. Yes, you're one away from a half century. Ensure you gets there. Regard and start your innings all over again. That's how it should be.
Indeed, get the first 50, start over, and get the other 50. Get a 3-figure score.
Sound easy in the commentary box, right? Good piece of play here by Akshaya Prasad. Well played. Knew once he placed it in that direction, there's always going to be a single.
And Jeet, notice Perez is on strike and the field comes in.
That's right.
Squeezing him. Will he get there? Oh. Tight bowling from Garfield Phillips. The over comes to an end. The score is 175 for 2.
And I remember I was told a few years ago, Rohan Kanhai, when he first came to border here, he walked out into the middle with a few others. He tapped the pitch with his fingers. He turned around and asked the rest, how is it people got out on this pitch? It is known as the batting paradise border. So many great innings have played here on this soil. And this ground will continue to remain one of the best in the world as far as history is concerned. Talk test match cricket, one-day international, regional 4-day, inter-county cricket, a hub of activities. But the times have changed, and so too other places are making history, like the National Stadium at Providence.
Beautifully straight driven. Back past the bowler. He's run away to the boundary. Great effort on the boundary there. The fielder hauls it in. And they get 2.
And on another day, that ball would have gone like lightning to the boundary. Deserved 4. What a fine straight drive here by Akshaya Prasad. Everything behind the line of the delivery. The bat came through in that beautiful arc and just missing the off stop. The perfect straight drive.
Indeed, indeed. Any straighter than that, he would have hit the stumps.
And give Quinton Sampson credit here. He has bowled a short deliveries. He hasn't overdone it. He continued to maintain a good line and length, making the batters think. So he's a guy that has worked tremendously hard, and he's been impressive. was a full delivery wide outside the line of the off stump, and Prasad just allows it to go. Prasad knows that he has to rethink his career. He has to regroup. Lost his place in the Harpy Eagles team, but I always feel he has the ability. It is left on him now when he gets his opportunity to ensure that he make full use of them.
That is so. Akshaya is a man of great talent. I've seen him play some outstanding innings, especially at his home at Everest. And when he hits the ball, it stays hit. He's a clean hitter of the ball, and I'm just hoping he can capitalize on that talent and really put in some big scores. He is one of the senior men in this team.
Yes, with himself and Barnwell. I was making the point. Barnwell is the all-rounder in the team as far as batting is concerned. Hemraj has come back in the team. So the two of them are the senior batters, himself and Chandrapal Hemraj. Now, you look, this short delivery was followed up after a series of deliveries well pitched up. The over gone.
Score is 177 for 2 after 43 overs. 41 overs.
And I think, Ronaldo, you might very well have a chance to call the 50 by Perez in this over. In the Georgetown Inter-Association competition, when you and Andrew played together for QC, Perez at that time didn't score big, but you saw his talent. He loves driving through the offside field where he scored a lot of his runs. And not afraid to go over the top. He trusted his power on many occasions.
He won't come on this ball. Driven straight to the fielder.
And if he doesn't come in this ball now, I'm not going to give you the opportunity.
It's been gifted to him. A misfield by Hubbard, and that runs away. And here's the boundary now. That's 50 for Raymond Perez. Well played to the young man.
And Ronaldo is going to remember this 50 for a very, very long time. Smacking one through the offside field, a misfield, and the ball went away to the boundary for 4. He lifted his bat in humility, showed it to his teammates back there. And I guess that Akshaya Prasad will say to him as he looks into the heavens, maybe saying a word of thank you to the Creator. Well played, Raymond Perez. Has a chance now. Like I said, regard and go all over again. I remember Perez and Joshua Prasad. They played against each other. And there was another guy, a right-handed, pugnacious batter that played for Chase Academy. His name is just going to. I'm just wondering, when we looked at him, he had the way that Carl Hooper used to play. You know, he was a chubby-looking guy. He scored quite heavily in that school tournament.
It's edged away over point. Perez was going for a big drive, peeling off the outside edge, and they were coming back for 3. A stronger throw might have been trouble for Akshaya.
Yes. Well, the sun has been beating down here at Border. It's not easy to be out in the middle, but this is what these guys are trained for. This is what they do. This is what they want to make a living from. And they're youngsters. They aren't old men. So, you know, you want to see them attack that ball, ensure the returns come in. They come in as quick as possible. There are different strategies. Some will tend to get the return on the forced bounce.
Punched off the back foot, down to long on for easy single.
Yes, so the overs come to an end.
Scores 185 for 2 after 42 overs. And they're going at a nice, healthy run rate, just under 4.5.
And I remember you mentioned the name Court Lovell as well. I remember that youngster.
Yeah. Don't hear much about him now, but back in on the 15 days, on the 17 days, he was blasting bowlers all over the park.
There was another young guy who played in, I think, 2-3 years in that tournament. Stacy was the name. He used to open. Yes.
Yeah.
From Maltinos. Yes. He was a nice character.
He used to swing the ball a lot.
Yes, so true. Avin Gangadin, he has gone on to live in the United States of America. He came down with that ACS tour last year.
Yep.
It was good to see him back. One of the fellas, very, very humorous.
And I'm sure Demerara's coach would remember him very well. At the time, Mr. Quason Ned was the coach for QC. So all those names you've been calling, you should know those guys very, very well.
Yes, and there's a Prasad that played in the previous game for Demerara. He's not in this team. Navendra
Prasad.
Yes, he played for QC as well.
Right. He used to open
Yes.
alongside me.
Yes, I remember that.
This one is driven again. Lovely. Back pass, mid off. Oh, wow. Some footballing skills there from Samson. And they get 3.
Good chase. Has not given up. Some others might have given up the chase, but not Samson. He went there after it and in the end did, like you said, a little bit of a football. Looks good with it too.
Indeed. Maybe he plays football on the weekend.
But that's the thing. When you like sports, you tend to be involved in active sports. Some play football. Some will eventually go a little bit of volleyball, a little bit of basketball, swimming. So many different things you do to keep yourself fit. And they warm up in the morning.
Right. I was now about to mention that.
Yes.
Most warm-up sessions you see with most of the teams, whether at the club level or all the way at the international level, they warm up with some form of football.
Yes.
Or this sport they call the handball, which is similar, but in this case here, you're practicing the drill of catching the ball.
As the football is something at one time they were thinking seriously of banning it from practice session after a few of them stepped onto the ball and got themselves injured.
I think now players are a bit more cautious when they're warming up with football. You don't see those slight tackles.
Yes, they have to be very careful with what they do.
Just Swami coming in. Good length ball. Perez equal to the task. Just punching it back straight down the pitch. Oh, Sarajit. Perez is looking very comfortable out there.
Yes, he is capitalized. The conditions are good there. The bowling is good. So if he scores, big here, that's going to even make it sweeter. This time Samson is misfielding. Nevertheless, they had a single covered there. The thing is this, when you are set, you do not want to give it away. Play your natural game, play smart cricket, turn your 10s into 20s, your 20s into 30s, and you keep going there. To my mind, ESSEQUIBO, they have a very good bowling attack. The pitch is good for batting. You have done the hard work. Should not prevent you from getting 100.
Right, right. And if you look back at the couple of inter-county matches that have been played so far, a lot of persons would have been getting some scores, 30s, 40s, and even some getting past 50. So you, as a player, to break into that Harpy Eagles side, you'd have to score big. So 50 may not be enough. You have to get that big score.
Yes, of course. So some water coming out. We're going to have a little water break with the score on
189.
189 for the loss of 2 wickets. Take a little break and we'll be right back. So welcome once again to Border. Players a very, very hot day. Surely refreshing themselves on some drink and juice. And the play is about to resume. 189 for the loss of 2. And this partnership continue to build, continue to grow. Nice to have my colleague with us once again in the commentary box, Naeem Chan. Hello to you, Naeem.
Hi, Jeet. Good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers via Facebook. It's always nice not only to be in the company of Inderjeet, but to be at GCC Ground Border. There is so much of nostalgia that hits home to your mind when you come here. Phillips. Cautiously swept away. I can sense the caution exercised by Perez on that occasion. He was watching the ball. The eye was focused, and he realized that there's a short backward square, and he has to know how he's sweeping.
Brilliant delivery there. He was pushing at that one, Perez, and beaten all ends up outside the line of the off stump.
But there's very little help I'm seeing for Philip. He's probably not a great turn of the ball too, but he's hardly turning. I've seen a bit more from Ricardo Adams. This is a very flat pitch in the Jeet, and it is good to see that some of the batsmen are making use of the placidness of the pitch. Hemraj 33, Sachin Singh 61, Perez has got a 50.
Yes, Naeem, that's right. And as the sun continues to beat away at the pitch, no devil inside of it whatsoever. The spinners are not going to have too much turn here. Like they had at Enmore, it was a little bit more dust there. This is very, very hard. And if you're not a big spinner, you might very well struggle on pitches like these.
So very, very straight, very flat. It's not making any height, no bumping. And it's like batting out there should be very, very easy. And I expect these batsmen at this level to just apply themselves and bat for a very long period. End of the over, 189 for 2.
And Demerara, they have scored their runs at a very, very good rate because, look, that's 44 overs. 189 for the loss of 2 at this stage. Not bad at all in context of a 4-day match. Prasad, for his 27, he has faced 42 deliveries. And Perez, for his 57, he has so far faced 90 deliveries. That's Swami. Good pace here by Swami. Just outside the line of the off stump and came through nicely to the keeper, Rennie. Naeem, you mentioned a ground that has lots of memories for you. I was told by a friend one time, you scaled the fence here at Border. When you thought you would have gone to the ground, you were into the hands of a police officer.
Safe hands. 'Cause I was a guest of the government, so to speak. That was 1985. And actually, in the Jeet, I was scaling the fence. Well, I got past the first gate, but then I jumped the Rohan Kanai fence. It was a stump wall. To get to the commentary box, I wanted to have a word with Kosha, just to see if my dreams could be fulfilled. So it was Kosha I was heading to, and the guard took me by the collar.
And I guess the guard's job wasn't difficult. Naeem Chand at that stage might have been around 80 pounds.
80 and a half. Yes, it was light work. He threw me out of the ground. I came back again. And that time I succeeded, getting to talk with Kosha and asking him in a nutshell, what can I do to become like you?
And after this delivery, you will say to us what that great man said to you.
Well, I had this questionnaire because I know he would not have the time to interact with me. So he was busy compiling a report downstairs, not in the commentaries box per se, so he was not on air. And he said he doesn't have the time. What is this? And I said, in a nutshell, I want to become like you. And what should I do? So he asked me where I was working. I said, the radio. He said, you're halfway there. It's getting that opportunity in the Jeet. There are so many people out there who would be better than you, better than I, but simply it's getting into the opportunity to cash in on that. You may be involved in a conversation with someone that is connected to commentaries, and they just, today I heard young Ronaldo. It was so so exciting to hear a new voice come on board, and gradually it matures, and all the better for commentaries. End of the over.
It's 190 for the loss of 2. And especially with Guyana Cricket Board now streaming these very important games at the inter-county level, that we build capacity along the way. If you're going to set up 2 panels, well, then you need people to be there. The technicians will have to be there, the commentators, the scorers, you know, and it augurs well. And it's good when young people can come through. You know, many people have dreams and they pass through this world without realizing them, but given the opportunity, the world is there to conquer.
Exactly. There's so many people who might not be on this ground playing in this match, but who are talented. They're dreaming. And congratulations to all these youngsters who have gotten this opportunity and seizing on it, like Perez. Good to see him getting to 50. Well, Akshaya is well known. He's an established cricketer in our country, so we expect to see him more. But good for Perez.
Yes, and sometimes when you watch Akshaya Prasad bats look so good, you wonder to know, you know, why is it he hasn't been more prolific with the bat? He's a brave man. And I'll tell you why I say that he is brave. Naim, last year in Trinidad and Tobago, Leon Johnson placed Akshaya Prasad most of the time at forward short leg and silly point. Boy, and he took some blows around the body, chest, forearm, ribs, turning his back, getting smashed in the back. Bit the soil, stayed there for a while, but he never stayed down. Got up, had to retire sometimes, come out back again. He's a brave guy. I know that, you know, he's going to use this period to get back into the thick of things.
Exactly. If you're a cut above the average, and okay, these are the tournaments that you got to cash in on. So people like Akshaya, Hemraj, Chandrapal Hemraj, every batsman in the side, and everyone in the fielding side. That's an expansive big shot. It's going to come all the way. Let's wait on the signal of the umpire. There it is, under the commentary box here at the southern end of the ground. Nice shot. This is easy to do what Akshaya is doing, and I'm saying that because there's no venom in this bowling. It's an absolutely placid pitch, almost no turn. So wherever it drops, you can go get him there and just do what you have to do, and Akshaya has that talent.
Yes, and Garfield Phillip is not a tall man by any stretch of the imagination. So at his height, when he's going to drop that ball so slow, give the batting all the opportunity. And Akshaya is missing out here again, twice in the over. Nobody is out there down a deep backward square on the boundary area or the long leg. A little bit of a connection that's going to run close towards the boundary.
I feel if Akshaya wants, he should be batting there until tomorrow. This Phillips is not getting anything from this pitch. It's very straight, very flat. No one is like a sudden bump or lifter. Nothing is happening for him. And I wouldn't be surprised if the captain might just try to find other solutions to this. But he's not making much inroads.
No, it might not be long from now we see Ricardo Adams given another chance at the bowling. So he has to be careful how he uses faster men as well, because I think they are in here for the long haul. Bodhi won the toss this morning. Real surprise that he chose to field first. You look at that pitch, you saw runs and galore of runs. So for some strange reason, he decided, well, I'm going to let Demerara bat first. And you look at that score, 196 for the loss of 2. It's looking ominous for them.
Struck on the pad, there's a confident appeal. But the umpire was walking already, like assuming a position of not out. He probably saw it early, heading down the leg side.
Has to be careful there, Perez. He was walking across the stumps. In the mind of the umpire, the ball was going down the leg side. But let's just say it's a straight one. He has to be careful. You do not walk so casually inside of your stump. Some people, they'll stay away from trouble. Others walk right into it.
And some batsmen like to do that. Look at the stance of Shiv and Clayton Lambert, for example. And as the bowler is approaching, they practically walk from outside the leg stump to the position of that they were batting at, which might be middle and leg.
Those names that you call, Naeem, came from a different generation. Those guys were blessed with the bat in their hand. Of course, they work hard for it. Total different breed of cricketers then.
And Shiv's circumstances were just a little bit different. Lambert came at a time when Gordon Greenidge and Haynes were there. And so he was robbed or denied a longer career. Suffice to say, when he got it, did not go on for very long. But he's a prolific batsman. Shiv, on the other hand, seized his opportunity and never looked back. But there was a wide opening there for Shiv.
And the good thing for Shiv too is that he scored runs. The selectors look at him prior to that inclusion in the test match here. Got his chance. I think Carl Hooper had taken down with a back injury during that period. And it opened the door for Shiv to play here. Imagine that, man. A little bit taller than the bat. Walking out, capacity border. Here's a baby going out, milk still dripping from the face.
Well, actually, I understand that Roland Holder was the replacement, and for whatever reason could not get here on time from Barbados. And there's where Shiv had this surprise, the element of surprise, when he was called up shortly before the match.
Scored a half century against England here. The rest is history. The world saw a true champion. Another champion will be coming to border here, Naeem, not long from now, as the over comes to an end, 197 for the loss of 2. Thursday, Alvin Kalicharan will be here at border to launch his book. And I guess he's going to reach people, he's going to talk to them. We invite those who love cricket and love Alvin, make some sacrifice and come down to border. He's going to be here from 6 in the evening.
I understand there's a very humorous side to Alvin Kalicharan. I saw a video with him really getting in the skin of his host somewhere in the United States, and he was recounting some of those glorious moments. And if you talk about Kalicharan, you have to bring up Australia and the Dennis Lillys and Thompsons, all those great fast bowlers. But he has a humorous side. And talking about book and the launching of a book, in April, I think it's just the 22nd or something like that. I can confirm that date. A book written by Clem Seacharan, historian, on Joe Solomon will be launched at Border as well. And then another date for launching in Port Morant, Solomon's home district.
Yes, and I hope that some of our young aspiring cricketers will read those books, and those books will get into our school system so that our children are exposed to some of the greats that played the game.
Change in bowling, G.
Yes, certainly that's Malcolm Hubbard. And he can be a little bit tricky too, gives the ball a little bit more loop. So Garfield pulled out of the attack. You know, I remember Kalicharan in one of the videos. He shared a story of the skipper for the West Indies team talking to the fast bowlers and asking them about the strategies they're going to employ. And you remember Joel Garner said, well, I'll be bowling Yorker, Skip. Andy Roberts said, bumper. Michael Holding said, I'll be getting them to cut from outside the line of the off stump at great speed. And then they asked Colin Croft, what you're going to do. Colin Croft said, tell them to bring the ambulance. Yeah, that's the humor of the guy. So, at the end of this over, your next commentator will be Anthony Kemraj. I'll give him a long spell. He's going to take us, not take us to tea, but he will take us until the next break. He's poverty stricken, doesn't have money to even buy a Lipton. So you can't say he take us to tea.
But I wonder what it felt like. Well, it's not a lot of wondering because you can actually, the question is answered. I was going to say what it felt like to be a batsman in the West Indies team and know that you have those kind of bowlers to help you along, to cover you. He finds the gap here. They decided against the second. But he got brimming with confidence, you know, to know that unit, it's indescribable over the years. I was quite a youngster, but you listen to the radio, and when these guys are playing all over the world, it's like dominating, dominating, dominating. One word you can simply remember describing the West Indies.
Yes, and I remember, you know, Michael Holden, Andy Roberts, these guys did say that while they were quick, yes, they knew they created fear, but thank heavens for those men that were placed in the slips. Nothing could have gone past them. Richards, Lloyd, Calicharan, Greenwich, nothing gone past them in the slips. Today you see men getting catches coming down their throat. They're just losing their arm.
Runs here for Akshaya, should be getting 2. Yes, they're coming back now for 2. And you left out an important name that was on the receiving end, and that's the wicketkeeper, Jeffrey Dujon. I did commentaries with Dujon in Jamaica on a couple of occasions, and you would see his knuckles are all swollen, like permanent scars. And so off the air we'll talk a little bit, and he said, you know, I said to him, you had a battering. That's the dressing room, the Demerara side, and they know that they're in a healthy position. They're 200 being brought up, 200 for the loss of just 2 wickets. Hello, Mr. Wadikar, how are you doing?
Good afternoon to you, Naim. Good afternoon to all of you on live stream. The action continues to heat up out in the middle. Demerara continue to dominate this game. They've enjoyed lots of success, Naim, from the start of play since they were inserted this morning. And it continues to go that way, actually. 200 for 2 of 48 overs, so it signals a very dominating position, isn't that so?
Well, I would have been so surprised if it was otherwise, because what I'm seeing on this pitch, if you're even a junior batsman, you can survive for a very long time. All the batsmen have inside edge. That's going to come all the way towards fine leg. There's a man positioned there. But it seems so easy to bat on, and that's why Indrajit alluded to the fact that he was surprised when the ESSEQUIBO side won the toss and decided to field first.
Yes, because when you look at it, it was pretty good conditions for batting. It wasn't like seaming conditions. Your team is placed, you know, you have a fair amount of batters to depend on. The pitch is placid, as you guys talked about it time and time again. Then there's no reason why you should bowl. Anyway, they decided to bowl, and this is the position, so they have to work with that. Prasad has 36, Perez has 60, and it's really hot out there now, I can tell you for sure. It's steamy hot. And it's great again to be at Boda, Naim. I was talking this morning on Boda, famous venue. And it's always nice to be here. Swami continues. Yes, you had fond memories of this ground as well?
Absolutely. We, as far as cricket is concerned, we practically lived there. It's all the first-class matches came here. There was no national stadium. All the regional tournament, all the internationals came here. So from a spectator to a commentator as well. So I've had so much of this ground. I've seen so many great innings too. All this Sunil Gavaskar, I've seen Vivian Richards. I saw 110 by Collis King. That was the most savage innings I possibly looked at. He made 110 in that game. There were other great innings that I looked at here, and bowlers too.
This is a ball he's beaten, and this will go into the boundary for 4. We'll just await the signal. Yes, it does. But squared up though. Very good delivery. We look at the monitor now. Yes, perfectly pitched delivery. And might have not taken the edge. We'll just await the signal. In fact, it's 4 though. And the total will go up to 205 for the loss of 2 wickets. Leon Swami, he doesn't bowl from a long run-up name, but he's getting the ball to move around. And from this morning, the first session, he got it to move around a little bit. And seems to have very strong shoulders.
At least Swami is generating some interest. He's making the batsman work. He's exerting a lot of energy out there. And this is a back-breaking situation where you've got to work very, very hard. If you're a pace bowler, it's very flat and placid out there, so you've got to work very hard. If you're a spinner, you wouldn't get a lot of turn. It's more effort as well.
It's a pity that I can't share those memories, live memories. You're talking about Collis King, the great Sir Viv and all of that name. I witnessed in '98. Brian Lara played a little gem of an innings against England here at Border. But this venue has always been a venue where we've had some terrific cricket. Some of the greatest cricketers to have played the game played at this venue. Wonderful place to be in, actually, Georgetown. Beautiful Border. I just hope that that they'd work with Border and just keep the name.
But we've been talking about how placid this pitch is, and it's a batsman paradise. But you would be surprised. There are some world-class bowlers that came here. I saw Thompson here. I saw Andy Roberts here. I saw Imran Khan picking up 14 wickets in a match here, test match. So those great bowlers can come and take this same track and make something out of it. Abdul Qadir, another one.
Hubbard continues. This is well played by Perez. Might have just opened the face. Down to a third man position. The captain runs from slip. He feels 2 more. 2 more to Perez. He goes up to 62. Prasad has 40. 207 for the loss of 2 wickets. Yes, you're right. Whatever track you come up against, it might be a batting paradise or placid, but you've got to bowl. You've got to bend your back. Point taken. He's turning it on the onside. This time we'll get at least a single. That's Cadogan comes off the boundary. Good rotation in the strike. 208 now for the loss of 2.
Phillips was very, very flat, absolutely. Hubbard is still, because of the air that he's giving the ball, and it's on a good length, he's getting the batsmen to think far more than when they were facing up to Phillips. And you've got to work here. I still would compliment the 2 batsmen out there for their approach. I don't think anything has been rash with them. Akshaya has been committed. He's consolidating. He's just absolutely watchful. Nothing extravagant. And Perez. So you're probably going to be in for a treat from these 2 guys.
This is Akshay. He's turning it. One that came into the left-hander. Gets a very quick single. The running between the wickets has been good. Communication has been spot on. 209 for the loss of 2 wickets. As I said, we have had brilliant sunshine for the duration of the day, and it continues to pound away here in beautiful Georgetown. Perez, name, what do you make of him? Naturally back foot player, but he looks classy.
Classy. He's been unable to find the gaps often, but he's definitely very watchful. Good shot. Straight down the ground. There's a long on there. Just a single. But you know, we were discussing when we were at the stadium there. You see these youngsters extremely good. I absolutely would like to wish them well. But sometimes you see and spot these talents at this level, and it's when they have to make the transition and to reach world-class bowling, then you really know if they're one for the future. I was so happy to have had the opportunity to describe a young batsman called Atenes from the Windward Islands. He went with the West Indies to South Africa, didn't get a game, he's back. That's the end of the over, by the way. And he looks absolutely superb. And I had to repeat it several times on the commentaries. I just wish very shortly I'll be able to see this young man coming up against good international bowling. Then is when I'll know what I saw was right. So Perez, they're all through this journey. Akshaya as well. And Akshaya has every reason to take this innings and bat for a very long time and come out not out if possible. For sure, he must get 100. He's at the level of the Harpy Eagles standard, so he's got to fight his way back.
Yes, I share your sentiments. So often we follow the careers of young cricketers, so many of them on the 15, and they promise so much on the 19s. But to make that transition to the first class level, and then some of them perform outstandingly at the first class level, but to go at the international level and to do that, it's never there. But I guess it has to do with a lot of preparation, a lot of hard work, dedication, to be disciplined as well, and to know exactly what you want. .210 for 2. Perez is in behind again. And Swami on the spot again, on line again, length. Good bowling from him. Reminds me somewhat of Adam Sanford, who would bowl from a very short run-up, from a West Indian pacer, but had broad shoulders. Good afternoon to you, Miku. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Wadakar.
Remember the name Sanford? Adam Sanford?
Yeah, I do. I think I may follow him on social media. He's very active there. I think he is from the Leeward Islands, that's correct, yeah.
Yes, bowled from a very short runner, but had broad shoulders as well. Opens the face, wants a single down to backward point, is sent back, and wisely so, as the fielder was coming in. That's Peters, prevents them from scoring. 210 for 2.
So Demerara in a totally dominant position here. Makes you really question the decision to bowl first by the ESSEQUIBIANS.
Well, the only way I can see it right now, and I'm being very honest, is that Bodie wanted to give his bowler some bowling practice. That's the only way I can see it. Because I don't know where they're heading. 210 for 2. It's real dominance here from Demerara. You've won the toss. You should have batted first.
Two batsmen seem very well set. Moving Perez on 6-4. And that's the end of the over. 51 overs completed. It's 210 for 2.
We must congratulate the West Indies too on winning the previous one-day international against South Africa. I know many people were against that view that, you know what, West Indies will now win a game on this tour, winning that one international by 48 runs. So congrats to them, Miko.
Yeah, definitely. And it was a really good innings from Bavuma. I enjoyed that little fight. There's something special about seeing a top order batsman try to win a game with the tail, but it just wasn't to be. It was a really good knockdown by Bavuma. I'm looking forward to the next ODI and see how that goes. But yeah, congratulations to the West Indies team.
Again, another brilliant 100 by Shea Hope. He seems to have a knack of scoring runs in one-day international cricket. This is Prasad. He turns it on the onside, finds the gap, gets another single. 211 for the loss of 2. Yes, we're coming back to Shea Hope. He seems to have this knack of scoring runs and scoring them quickly too at the one-day level.
Yeah, he's been really good in that format. He's now in the leadership role. So it's good to see how he kicks on. And, you know, we wish him all the best and see what the future holds for our guys.
Lets it go. That's Perez, taken by the keeper.
Brandon King would have also played a nice little innings. I think King has not been, you know, as consistent as we would have
Yes,
liked him
he's
to
having
be.
start, but not being able to push on and to get the big scores. Let's hope that he's going to come good though pretty soon. So back here at board, it's rather quiet. The two batters out in the middle. Perez 64, Prasad 42. Prasad eyeing a 50. But it has been steady stuff by ESSEQUIBO. No ball signal by the umpire. So again, we have a situation where a spinner overstepping. It can be frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah, they call that a cardinal sin in the game of cricket. In the air over the extra cover fielder, it's going to go a little closer to the boundary, but Ricardo Adams out in the deep doing the cleaning up. I'm going to pick up 2 runs.
Yes, Perez is that player, you know, he'll give you, he's a little bit flashy, so he'll give you a chance or two, and you'll have to take them. He can create that opportunity for you as well, because he's free scoring.
We have just been beaten in the flight a bit there. Hand coming off the bat.
This is whipped down to the left of the field at deep mid-wicket. And they'll turn and they'll get 2 more runs. So the runs are coming. They're coming easily too. 214, I make it now. Another over has been concluded. 214 for 2. Perez has 68. And with him is, that's Prasad, who has 42.
Yeah, and the last a few deliveries there, Perez just looks as though you just, you know, trying to force the shot a bit too much. You know, his partner Akshay, a senior in the team, would want to just, you know, get him to regroup, refocus. He's going well so far. 68 runs. Want to push on and try to get to that century mark.
Well, there's plenty of time. Lots of time left in this game. We're only in the second session. And they've got up to this very interesting score already. Over 200. So it just goes to show that Demerara, they've been able to dictate the pace of this game. all through brilliant batting.
And they have been assisted as well with some poor fielding, some poor ground fielding, some poor catching. Strong push there by Prasad. No run.
Just imagine, Miku, if ESSEQUIBO, if they had taken those at least 2 catches, and perhaps the scorecard would have been a different one.
Straight back down the ground to the mid-off fielder. And
But I think we talked about it this morning, Miku. I think they're contemplating on batting once, put on a huge first inning score, and bowl out ESSEQUIBO twice. So let's see what will happen though. That's a long way from now.
Ball just keeping him very low at this point. You know, it's not only the catching, but once if your ground feeling is good, you're able to exert just a little bit more pressure on the batsman in the crease. You know, when you misfeel and it goes to 4 and so forth, you just release that little bit of pressure that may have been building, because a lot of these batsmen are positive and they like to score. So it's all of these little things that affect an innings.
Nice flowing drive, but no run again. He looks quite competent out in the middle, Prasad, and he would want to score a really huge one here to build his confidence as well, and he would want to get back into the pick of things for the Harpy Eagles. He's turning it, finds the gap on the onside. Gets one more. He goes up to 43. Perez is on 43 as well. In fact, no, Perez is 68, correction. What am I saying? 217 for 2. Another over completed.
Right, so Hubbard will continue bowling from the Regent Street end. Good communication there between the two DEMERARA batsmen. Both are off to a great start.
So just in case you're not seeing it on the monitor, let me just remind you, Hemraj made 33 and Sachin Singh 61. Sachin, I thought, had the real opportunity of going on to get 100, and then stepped out, was looking for another drive and was caught at slip. Hemraj was also caught at slip. And those 2 wickets going down, they went a pretty long time ago. And since then we have had Prasad and Perez coming together. And this is now, Miku, a worrying partnership for the ESSEQUIBOs, isn't that so?
Definitely. And there's so much more to come. So they want to try to break this partnership as soon as possible.
This is whipped away on the onside. They're contemplating. They're contemplating a second. In fact, they get a single only. 218 for 2. This is good rotation in the strike.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a good innings that they're building. Partnership now worth 88 runs. So not only is Perez, working towards the century, but the partnership as well. There's 12 more needed for that century partnership.
And sometimes when you're out in the middle there, and the opposition, they're just scoring runs and scoring runs at will. Sometimes you feel like just, I'm not going to come out back after lunch. It's really hot. Things aren't going your way, and you feel like, what is it going on here? All of a sudden, you see a change. You get a wicket or two. It can change the scenario, the complexion of the game.
Yeah, they would need something to lift their spirits a bit. And you can tell it's very quiet out there. So that's the end of the over. 54 overs completed here at Border Demerara. 218 for 2. So it looks like Anthony Adams will now continue. So I'm sorry, Ricardo Adams. My apologies for that. Will now continue bowling from the North Road end. Anthony Adams is away with the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Probably heading back to Guyana very soon.
So, Bodhi, is it? I'm ringing the changes wrong, and the Ricardo will bowl from the top end or the North Road end, and will bowl to Perez. In fact, Prasad was 44. 218 for 2. He drives, but gets to the outer part of the bat, down to the third man. The fielder is giving chase. We'll pull it back now, and we'll rifle the return in. And they get 3 runs. 3 more to Prasad. He goes up to 47. 221 for 2. So the runs are coming.
Yeah, it's a good partnership, good calling, good positive run-in. I think that was something I noticed immediately after Akshay came out of the crease to bat. He was playing the ball, looking positive, looking to get that run. So they're taking the singles. They are aggressive, looking for the boundaries, but the singles and the trees, they're pushing for it.
You look at the ESSEQUIBO fielders out there, there's no sense of urgency. They're just going through their paces as if to say, look, we're just to wait for something to happen. We're not going to create opportunities here. He lets it go. That's Perez, taken by the keeper. 221 for 2.
Here we go, another example. Good positive running. Perez played that ball to the mid-off fielder and took off right away. I think they would have recognized who the fielder was and probably tried to put some pressure on him. And it seemed to have worked because there was a misfield, and in the end it was a very comfortable run. Very quiet out there. There's not much going on with the ESSEQUIBIANS at this time. There's no sort of energy. As Demerara gets another single, so no sort of energy coming from anyone in the field to try to lift the guys, some encouragement. So they need a little spark just to maybe get something going. You know, hold your heads up.
So another over completed. At the end of it, it's what 222 for 223 for two. Perez has 69, and Prasad has 48. And you were saying, Miku, they're just going through their paces.
Yeah, going through the paces at this time. There's no sort of energy. So Hubbard will now continue. Forward in defense there is Prasad. Looking solid. Looking steady.
This is driven on the onside, straight to. That's Samson who knocks it down to his right from a mid-on position. And they get one more. 224 for two.
Once again, that positivity from Demerara. The batsmen are so confident at this time. They're just going to push and they're going to run. You know, they probably noted who the fielders are. Nice know that Samson will have to come around a bit, so they're off. So good positive batting.
It's straight to cover.
Dive in the
Brilliantly
cover.
knocked down there. That's the fielder looks as though it's Peters. Anyway, it was nicely done through the offside. He was looking for the gap on the offside. That's Perez. He's 69. Mohammed, the fielder. So Perez, no doubt, Miko will be eyeing 100. Because he's batted fairly well. He has the confidence. Has the patience as well.
So that's the end of the over. 56 overs completed. It is now 224 for two. Demerara scoring at a run rate of 4 runs per over, which in the longer version of the game is considered a very rapid rate. You know, in a 4-day game, going at 4 runs per over.
You talk about 4 runs per over, and my mind goes back to England, who are playing test match cricket in that fashion these days. They score lots of runs in a single day's play, in a session, all of that. So it's nice too for red ball cricket. Not only fast scoring or quick scoring will be associated with white ball cricket, the T20 and all of that, but red ball cricket, we can score quick as well. So that's good for the game. Tucks it in the onside, gets a very quick single. That's Prasad. Good running. In fact, it's Prasad who gets the 50. Raises his bat. Well played, young man. He's exactly 50 off 79 balls. An innings well put together, Miku.
Yes, definitely. It's been some good shots. Yeah. Very few mistakes in between, some plays and misses. But that is to be expected once you're out there. Good positive running. I think that has been a feature in this innings of Akshaya Prasad. He's been playing, calling, and running well in between the wickets. So, well played, young man. One milestone completed. Let's go towards achieving the other.
Yes, you know, the platform is set there. Go on and get a big 100. You have time. Your team is in the driving seat. Continue in the Ridgefield form. Continue to score. Perez 69, Prasad 50. 225 for 2. Adams continues.
Loud call of no there, sending back his partner. It's like Shia Prasad. Earlier, as we were discussing fast scoring rates in test matches, you mentioned the current day English team, but my memory goes back even further from when I would have been watching test cricket with the Australians. Days of Matthew Hayden, Langer, and then Ponting. Those guys were very fast scorers in test match cricket. Australia wanted to get their runs and get it quickly.
Well, another catch being put down. As he was trying to turn it on the onside, that's Perez. And it went into the hands of the bowler Adams. And he couldn't really hold on to it.
I don't
so, another chance going down again?
No, I'm not sure if that was actually a catch.
We'll just try to confirm it though, if you can have the replay. Yes, we're told that, you know, it's another chance going down. So, look, it's not happening for ESSEQUIBO. They're only putting themselves under extreme pressure. The over completed. It's 225 for 2. Well,
So
and it's tea as well. So it's 225 for 2. Tea time on this, the first day of this Ghana Cricket Board Senior Male Inter-County 4-day cricket competition between ESSEQUIBO and DEMERARA. At the crease are Perez on 69 and Prasad on 50. We'll take a short break. In about what? We'll come back to you in about 20 minutes time. Until then, it's goodbye from Border.
So welcome back at border. The year 2023, the umpire is just about returning to the center, where we'll have a resumption of the action in this senior inter-county tournament between ESSEQUIBO and DEMERARA. So if you're just joining us or joining us for the first time, the ESSEQUIBONs won the toss. This is a 4-day tournament. ESSEQUIBO winning the toss, electing to field first. But there have been lots of discussions in the commentary box with the general feeling that the pitch is extremely placid and flat, and so ESSEQUIBO might just be living to regret the decision that they made to field first and not bat. As you can see, the evidence is steering in front of you. DEMERARA 225 for the loss of 2. And earlier on, the 2 batsmen were Chandrapal Hemraj 33 and Sachin Singh 61. They were the batsmen out. So it's a fresh afternoon. I expect a long, great knock here from Akshaya and Perez. Perez was dropped just before the tea interval, but he's on 75. Akshaya on around 50. Good half centuries, and DEMERARA here in the Jeet set for a big total.
Yes, that's definitely on the card, but it is left to them now to capitalize on that opportunity. Naima 103 runs for the loss of 1 wicket in that session prior to tea. Both Akshaya and Perez, like you said, brought up their half centuries. Both of them have attacked the bowling nicely, good sound defense, and good aggression too. Perez, they had a chance to dismiss him on 69. A cotton bowl chance went a begging of the left arm spinner. That's Adams, failed to pick up his chances. So that's 3 chances given. And in this kind of condition, when the pitch is conducive to batting, you want to ensure that you take your chances. Well, you haven't taken them, and your opposition capitalized on you. Sachin Singh actually made 55. He went when the score was on 130. 130 for the loss of 2. So this is going to be a session when DEMERARA will just play themselves in a little, maybe the first 2 overs, look and see what's happening, and then to continue to bat in this flamboyant manner.
And we must give Akshaya and Perez some kudos. There was measured aggression. I don't think they went on a rampage. They were absolutely watchful, played balls on their merit. So there wasn't a lot of extravagance, which is telling the story that you're seeing on the scoreboard. They want to bat and bat very long, build up a sizable lead with the intention, quite possibly, of batting once in the game.
Yes, and Ricardo Adams, I think when his captain needing somebody, he came to the fore. He's in 3 spells. This man bowling now is Hubbard. He's been called upon, has done a good job, very economical, 9 overs for 33 runs. He is still hunting his first wicket.
I like the flight Hubbard is giving. Phillips just seemed a little flatter, not giving the loop that Hubbard is giving. And Hubbard is worrying the batsmen, at least making them bat, coming forward. Philip was lagging down the leg side on several occasions, but the captain has seen him off, and Hubbard is actually getting the men to play and to think.
Oh, that's a lovely looking on drive. Gets himself a single. He had to get past the short mid-wicket to the right and to the left of the mid-on, and he got it where he wanted it. He gets the single off the strike and scores his first run after the tea session, and he continues to blossom with confidence.
He's a very compact and composed player, Akshaya, unruffled. So they're having a little discussion with the umpire. I think it may have been an issue with the ball. So the ruling umpire is going to engage the attention of the square leg. I don't know, quite possibly losing its shape.
Well, they had to get a change of ball. Remember, a 6 was smashed, I think, off the bat of Sachin Singh. It came onto the roof of the commentary box where we are. Hit it very hard. Couldn't recover that. A box of ball came out. They had to choose one. And I guess another ball will have to come out at this stage. Our Myconi man, that's umpire Digar, he's going to come out with the box. He is the reserve umpire here. And the pitch has been hard. The ground has been hard. And sometimes these balls, when you change them, of course, they would have played other matches as well. Taking a battering too.
Good to see umpire Digar. He has been around this arena, cricketing arenas across the country for decades. I've known him a very long time, and I guess from your community, you'd have had a closer association with him. Pleasant fella.
Very, very pleasant indeed. This morning we actually stopped to collect him. We passed him a little on the road, and we stopped the car. I came out. I was shouting on him, but he was concentrating on a minibus. We lost him in traffic this morning. When we reached the border ground, he said, "Boy, I saw the car stop, but I didn't see you."
And he's very agile.
Yes.
For his age, he moves swiftly along the sward. You'd have a look at him, I guess. But he's an absolutely pleasant umpire. Over the years and the decades, we've had very close association with umpires, because after a session is finished or a game is finished, a close of play, you go, you chat to them and you ask them about the decision that they made, what was behind it, you know, that kind of rapport. So over the years, we've had quite a pleasant relationship with the umpires. It's not a regular thing to happen, because commentators would sometimes describe umpires in a bad way or a bad light about decisions either they have made. And so there's not always a good camaraderie between commentators and umpires.
Well, they have to be tough guys. Of course, whatever commentators say, they're saying in accordance with their opinion. And umpires, when they give decision, they give it in accordance with their own opinion as well. So that's the nature of the game. Words coming out of Florida is that Regal over 50 Legends, they have won the Orlando Softball Cup in that category, defeating the Orlando Softball Cricket League team in a massive victory. Good delivery here, just outside the line of the off stump. Regal over 50 Legend, Naeem, they made 206 from their 20 overs, and they bowled out their opposition for 146.
Outside edge. I would look at the replay of this. It can't say if it went to hand there with Ricardo Adams, but it came off the bat, rolled very low, and it'll be interesting to look back at the replay in a short while.
That came quick. It was dying too. Just wondering to know if it just bounced in front of him or it actually went and touched the hand. Very difficult from this direction to see that, but moral victory here.
They have been unable to find the gaps pre-tee. Akshaya has a supremely good cover drive, but on many occasions, including Perez's knock, they were unable to find the gap. That's the end of the over. 227 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and the reason why they were unable to pick those gaps frequently, it is because of the field placement and the lines that the bowlers are bowling. So give them under severe pressure. ESSEQUIBO, I think they have kept their cool. They continue to fight. There are little moments when you can see a little drop in shoulders. That's understandable. But then they are still fighting, and this is good. And Bodhi's captaincy will be severely tested here. How is it that he's going to motivate his charges?
He has been pretty spot on with his field placing, Bodhi. And of course, as you mentioned, you can set any field you want. But if the bowlers don't bowl the line that you're anticipating, you're still going to lose out.
Yes, and what this might be forcing Perez to do is to play those risky shots maybe over mid-on or bisecting the mid-on and the mid-wicket. And there's an air of danger in that. Well bowled, that kept low, right into the block hole there. And Perez, reasonable tall guy, had to come down on it very, very hard.
Almost like a slow Yorker. I was just reading up on Rabada, I think, getting the fastest Yorker. So for spinners, it will be Ricardo Adams. From the body language of the batsman, he's backing us, so preventing us from having a full-fledged view. But from his body language, he seemed to be angling to play down the leg side.
You were mentioning about Yorker and Naeem. That's a deadly delivery once you can get it right. And you have pace on it. We have seen some ferocious Yorkers. Lassit Malinga was one of them. He bowled them so constantly. It was amazing. I was talking about him going over mid-on, and that's going to go way down towards the long-on boundary for 4. Well, that is the option they wanted to give him, because they plugged the offside field. They had the man at mid-on, and he took up the challenge, gets away with it, gets a boundary. 227 for the loss of 2. And 100 partnership has come up, 101 between Perez and Akshaya Prasad. And it has come up in quick succession as well. So they recognize that. Perez has gone on to 80 from 142 balls. Prasad is on 51 from 83 deliveries. So good going for both of them. They have taken certain amount of risk. It has paid off. And perhaps the most successful people in this world are the ones that are prepared to take risk in whatever they do.
Inside edge. This was going to carry towards the boundary. I don't know if it has the legs to get over the ropes. It doesn't. And harassing Ricardo Adams. He's a pretty bulky guy. He had to run there to retrieve. So ambitious drive, but taking the inside edge.
And completely deceived in flight there by Hubbard. Well bowled. At one time, Akshaya Prasad thought he had it covered. The ball dipped on him. He had to come down the track. Lucky that he got an edge there, because the ball could have cannoned from the pad right onto the stump. Well bowled by Hubbard.
That's another extravagant one. It's going to clear the boundary ropes, and there goes the signal from the umpire. So Perez is calculating. This field is pretty orthodox, and I will take my chances, clear the infield, as you mentioned before, and score over the top.
Yes, once it is in that slot, Perez is going to trust his power. He has been there for a long time. The confidence level is high, and he's not going to miss out on those. Well, that was a trap that was set. The catch taken at extra cover by Swami, and the right-handed Perez. He turns his back on his partner, Akshaya Prasad, takes the gloves off, and he will now slowly have to walk back to the pavilion. Now, he should know that was a trap set. Either they were looking for him to get caught at mid-on, going across, or caught at extra cover. So he has fallen for it, and good for ESSEQUIBO, the plan has worked.
And it brings some balance to the equation. It's getting lopsided. ESSEQUIBO, they have been struggling to pick up a wicket. I would like to give a lot of credit to Howard as well. Since he replaced Phillips, he's been right on target. Absolutely nice flight of the ball. And the batsmen on more than one occasion were pretty deceived. We've seen inside edges from bats going towards the boundary for extra runs. And so both Ricardo Adams and Howard have been putting the batsmen under some pressure on a placid pitch. And if I'm to give the edge, I'll give it to Howard. I think he's quite on target.
Yes, absolutely so. He stuck to the game plan, and it paid off in the end. So that man that is walking out in the middle there, Barnwell, he's the skipper of this Demerara team. And he, very, very experienced all-rounder, played a lot of cricket and given that responsibility to captain the Demerara team. Hits the ball very, very hard, and on this kind of pitch, you know, he's going to clear the boundaries very easily if he gets set. Now, ESSEQUIBO must capitalize on this. I think they have a good field placement. Find the gaps, if you will. And if you can't get to the pitch, you're going to struggle because you have men in close catching positions. Now, there's a mid-off and a mid-on. Little surprise they're going to take the mid-on now and put it to long on. You don't want him to get an easy single down towards mid-on. He hasn't even faced a ball yet. I think Bodhi is just beginning to miss a trick. Get the man at mid-on. Let him go for the top if he wants. Beaten outside the line of the off-stump. Forced delivery, well bowled.
Howard with his tail up. I like the flight, and he's looping well. I would have also want to bring a forward short leg or a silly point just for Barnwell to know that he's under some pressure. Big shot is extravagant when he's missing outside the off stump. So Barnwell is probably saying from his action, nah, this nonsense I wouldn't tolerate. But Howard is bowling well, and as the captain and as a national cricketer, you expect some kind of sense to prevail.
Yeah, that was a naughty shot. That's not good enough. You've just come to the wicket. He's hiking this one. That's gone over long on for a maximum. Well, he trusts his power, floated up, and he gets the 6. That's the way he plays.
And he's succeeded too. It was calculated. He looked at the field. He connected. That's the big issue. In the previous delivery, he didn't connect. So it looked pretty bad that you just came in and was doing that.
Yes, Nyman, in the previous delivery, he was trying to play across the line and looking to hit it too hard. But that one was right into the slot, picked it up nicely with a straight bat and had the power on it. 246 for the loss of 3.
Once they occupy, you can have some fireworks from Barnwell. That's his type of cricket. And he knows that they're relatively well placed. Not to mention that they should move from this solid position into a more fortified position. And I don't see why they should not be batting for maybe the 400 mark.
That's a gorgeous looking cover drive. It's not going to get towards the cover boundary. The return will come in now, and Akshaya Prasad will come back and complete 2. Well placed, good timing, didn't look to hit it too hard, and he's continuing to grow in confidence.
That's a cover drive I was telling you about. I like to see Akshaya play it, and he played that one extremely well, picking the gap. That's the important thing.
Yes, and going through forward square as well, not looking to go through the backward point area. And getting a double and now getting a single. That's the way to go. 3 runs have been added to his personal tally.
I like how he's pacing his innings too. He appears to be in absolutely no rush. His shot selections have been extremely good as well.
He's looking a little bit uncomfortable though. You see him just favoring the right side rib cage and then looking at the gloves and trembling the hands. Just wanted to know if he's not all that comfortable there. Now, this is going to be interesting, what we're going to have. Men exchanging position. A forward short leg, and now we're going to have a slip. Why not? Good captaincy here now.
Ricardo too is a very experienced campaigner, so Barnwell should be cognizant of that.
And those 2 last deliveries were very good deliveries. Tossed up. No width, no room whatsoever. Drawing Barnwell on the front foot. That was a quicker one. So he's mixing them up.
And he's got to try to find as much variety as possible, because the pitch is not offering much to the bowlers. So you really have got to concentrate and get it on the spot all the time. That's the end of the over. 250 coming up there for 3.
Naim, many years gone by when you had inter-county cricket, it was so competitive. That was the glorious era of territories producing some of the best players you have ever seen. It's good that we are having it back after a lull of 9 years with other developmental programs on the cards and already taking place. It augurs well for that rivalry once again to raise its head. Imagine for Borbies, Fredericks opening the batting for Demerara. There was the likes of Clive Lloyd down here, Kali Charan in Borbies, Faoud Bacchus in Demerara, Rohan Kanai in Borbies, the Atwaru brothers. You come down here, Mohammed, that's Timur Mohammed, Andy Jackman. The competition was real.
Coming further down, all the Hoopers and the Chandapals, Lyndon Joseph, pace bowler for Demerara, Barrington Brown, David Fingal was from... Good shot, that's going to clear. Clears the long on boundary, nice shot from Akshay. I think he really read it well. There was no mix-up. He picked it up very, very clean. Good shot.
Yes, great timing as well. And the movement of his body too, and he got under that delivery. So he had it going over long on. Fine shot.
And of course, all the names surfacing, Danny Ram and Lambert and so many great former cricketers of the country. Oh man, it's down at mid-wicket. So he's just going to be contented with a single. And the crowds, Inderjeet, they turned out by their thousands all around the boundary ropes, and some grounds didn't have stands. And they came and sat. Anna Regina had one stand, Hampton Court. Beaten, good ball. Good ball. Good work, Hubbard.
Yes, Naim, you're so right about that. I remember at Skeldon for a one-day inter-county match, you had roughly 6,000 people there, and more than 5,000 they were sitting either on the ground or they were sitting on white plastic chairs with tent right across. And we were doing commentaries on the top of a trailer.
I recall those times. I did a match there too, and Faoud Bacchus played. I mean, as a retired cricketer. He was caught with his usual shot coming and banging through the offside. But it's always, for me, it's exciting. Anytime you have domestic cricket or regional cricket, that's the West Indies board cricket, I like the countryside. I'll up there anytime to do commentaries. But once it gets to the regional and international level, you of course, it wouldn't go to a lot of grounds in the countryside. You have to, it was border, and it was now the National Stadium.
And one of the things too that happened in Guyana with the state-of-the-art building that's the National Stadium at Providence coming into the being, at that same time too, Gaisuco suffered a lot economically. Good single here, played with soft hands, despite there was a forward short leg, got it away from him. Barnwell, well played, he gets the single. And with that happening to Gaisuco, you know, Gaisuco used to maintain a lot of these grounds. Maintenance became a problem because of the financial constraint. Infrastructure fell apart. You know, grounds were no longer kept in the standards that is expected at regional level. They're players' union now, and they demand they should play at the best facility. But now there are great signs, you know, that the infrastructure is definitely going to develop.
Akshaya is really settling in, and once he starts to pick those gaps, you know that the confidence is building.
Well, they took a chance. You could hear Ashkaya Prasad shouting down at Barnwell, yeah, 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 I'm going to get there. He had to judge it very well because it was going straight to Cadogan down at mid-on. But he's a little way out, so he paced it nicely.
Characteristic of Barnwell, over the top. I would have thought with Barnwell in the wicket, at least a long on or long off would have been just pushed back towards the boundary. It's the usual thing.
Yes, exactly. So Barnwell is capitalizing, and he's powerfully built. He's a strong man and not afraid at all to go over the top. Once the ball is floated up in his corridor, he's going to go after it. Big drive and beaten outside the line of the off stump. He was throwing caution to the wind there. Well, this is the way he bats. Just have to be a little bit more selective. Beaten through the air there, well ball. And by signal by the umpire, the over has come to an end.
I don't think he read it. He was deceived, and he has this pre-calculated position, like I'm going to hit this one. That's the impression I got, because Ricardo was almost on the delivery stride. You could have seen that Barnwell was calculating that I'll go for this one. But he has been successful, and that's his style, his characteristic, whether it is an awfully talented thing to do, or rather to work your sight in and then have the explosion. But that's his style, and he would decide how far that is going to carry him. Hi, Warikar, how are you doing?
Fine, thanks. Naeem, good afternoon to listeners again on live stream and viewers. It's all the time all the time Demerara. They continue to dominate, 266 for 3. And Barnwell, who is very pugnacious, Naim, very aggressive. He's there. Prasad would be eyeing 100, no doubt. But Christopher Barnwell, they'd want to see the back of him because he can take the game away from them very quickly with his aggressive style of play. This is stroked into the offside, and we'll get a single. Christopher Barnwell. Once he's there, Naim, he's going to score very quickly. Prasad has 65, Barnwell has 15, 267 for 3.
Yes, that's his style, as we mentioned before. He's going to, it's six or sticks. That's what the boys would say in the countryside. But he's normally a very aggressive player by nature.
This is whipped into the onside. He finds the gap. The fielder comes off the boundary from a wide-ish mid-wicket area, and they get one more. Good rotation in the strike. 268 for 3. But this is really building up. They're putting up a huge total here. The platform is already set for those who are going to come later on. It's really a placid foundation.
Tidy shot. Tidy shot. Runs here for Barnwell. But we'll wait on a signal from the umpire to see if it actually came off the bat. There's no signal. Oh, no ball. No ball signal by the umpire.
It's quite disturbing, Naim, when you have the spinners. And we have had a few no balls being sent down by the spinners in the ESSEQUIBO team so far today. Hubbard is very guilty of that as well as Adams. He's going aerial. The fielder thought for a while that he had a chance towards a wide mid-wicket area. And we didn't really pick it up because, I guess, of the sunshine. Sun is really bright. 272 for the loss of 3 wickets. But Christopher Barnwell gives you the intention that, look, I'm going to deposit everything out of the ground here today. I'm not here to stick around and waste time. I'm going to get runs and get them quickly.
Good ball. Good ball. Akshay made to work, made to think. That's the end of the over.
So you look at the monitor and you see Hemraj, it's a pretty long time ago, 33. Sachin Singh, 61. And moments ago, Perez for 86. I thought that Perez, Naim, had a golden opportunity of getting 100.
Yes, and I don't think that he was giving it away. He was batting well, but no doubt he was deceived and out. I'm very worried when I look at the spin bowlers operating. I think Hubbard, in quite quick succession, has been having no balls. And I can't imagine why they can go spinning and bowling no balls. Lance Gibbs, for example, never bowled a single no ball. I was just looking through that list out of 5 people that never bowled a no ball, and I think Nathan Lyon should be added to that list. But Ian Botham, they described him as the king of not bowling no balls. Because of the amount of deliveries he sent down in his career. So Ian Botham, Imran Khan, Lance Gibbs, Dennis Lilly, Truman, and now Nathan Lyon. Not a single no ball.
Well, that's extraordinary. Sometimes you follow these stats and you come up with you're left in awe because so many great players and they never really overstep once. That's amazing. And back then too, Naim, the competition was really intense, isn't that so?
Yes, but whether there's competition or not, the rule is you can't step over the line. Why so many people have to step over so consistently? I mean, Howard is a spinner, and that shouldn't be. Lance Gibbs, in an entire career, garnering 309 test wickets at one time, was the world record. Never bowled a no ball. Now you can excuse some fast bowlers, but look at that list. They're all, other than Lance Gibbs, all fast bowlers that normally would overstep lines.
This is Barnwell looking to sweep. I just struck on the pad. We watched the replay on the monitor. And not taken cleanly by the keeper. 272 for 3. Again in brilliant sunshine. He wants a single. Will get it very quickly. His partner, that's Prasad, responds very quickly. Just drops it and sped away. And they get one more. Good communication. Another one goes into the scorecard. 273 for 3. And I guess Demerara, they're calculating. Look, we're going to bat once and put the pressure on ESSEQUIBO.
Well, any side that's batting and has such a placid pitch in your favor, and then a few catches well being put down, then they're asking is right out there. The offer is there to bat and bat long. Akshaya is displaying that personality. Barnwell isn't. He wants to get on with the game. But indeed, the initial desire of the team batting here would want to bat once. But that means occupation of the crease as well as scoring. End of the over, 273 for 3.
So from a tea time position of 225 for 2, where Perez had scored 75 then, and Prasad had scored an even 50 at that point in time. And since then, they've lost the wicket of Perez for 86. And the score has gone up to 273 in just 65 overs. So it just gives you an indication how fast they have been scoring and putting lots of pressure on ESSEQUIBO. And you know what? The conditions are not helping them either. It's really hot out in the middle. Brilliant sunshine. This is Barnwell looking for the pull again. And doesn't succeed in doing it, so does straight to the man there short. That's Adams. Short mid-wicket. And he feels 273 for 3. This is a better ball on the line of the off stump. Pushes into the offside. 273 for 3. Mikuvania, good afternoon again to you, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, Wadakar. Yes. Enjoying the day's play here. Enjoying this excellent batting performance by Demerara. It looks like they're going to get well in excess of 300 by the end of the day's play, and maybe even 400. See our projected score there. For you viewers who may be watching, is 417.
He's struck on the pad. Here's an appeal. He's out the leg before. Well, one too many. Essaying a sweep and struck in front, I dare say. And he goes back to the pavilion. Christopher Barnwell, LBW of the bowling of Hubbard. And he goes back for what? I make it 19 of 26. 273 for the loss of a 4 wicket. Just when I was about to say Christopher Barnwell is really thumping the ball around. He was dismissed.
No, I think Christopher Barnwell was playing too many shots at this time. Maybe he came up with a plan to maybe get some runs. You know, not really looking to bat a long innings. We've seen some very agricultural shots, but playing across the line once again, and umpire Josiah upholding that appeal, leg before wicket. The umpire's opinion would have went on. And that's the end of the skipper.
It's always sad when your skipper will go back to the pavilion, but he has to make his way back. But from the inception, he just demonstrated his desire to thumb the bowling around and wanted to come out and dominate really from the outset. So him scoring 19, Hemraj 33, Singh 61, Perez 86, and now Barnwell 19. And ESSEQUIBO, they've had a wicket finally. Mikuwanya?
Well, yeah, they got Perez earlier in the session, and now Barnwell, the big wicket of Barnwell, Perez was well set, so some strikes by the ESSEQUIBO team, just, you know, chipping away at the foundation being built up here by DEMERARA. So but they would want to continue doing that, look for a couple more strikes, because any score in excess of 400 in a 4-day game would probably put the team batting second almost out of the game. Very hard to come back and win the game from that position. Not that it's impossible,
But I guess it's highly improbable.
well, it is a game of glorious uncertainties, but you just put yourself under so much pressure from that point.
So Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, he replaces his captain, taps away, and will face the bowling of Hubbard in brilliant sunshine here at Boda. He's hitting it high in the air, down to the left of the fielder. That's Sampson, who makes a valiant effort to his left and might have just eluded him, just by a few inches maybe. But really a great effort from the speedster there. And he lives to fight another day. 275 for the loss of 4.
But I think that steady and cautious innings we saw on the previous, well, not the previous partnership, the partnership between Akshaya Prasad and Perez, I think that mindset may have been changed. See Barnwell coming, looking to be ultra aggressive. And now the very first ball by Ali Mohammed, he's going aerial.
Again he's beaten, not in total control. He was coming forward, outer part of the bat, straight down to backward point. Another over completed, 275 for 4. ESSEQUIBO inserting DEMERARA to take first strike here at Boda.
So Akshaya Prasad will want to keep his good form. Try to get to that triple figure, 6-6 currently. But have seen the fall of 2 of his comrades. Both looking to be aggressive with the batting.
This is Prasad, lets it go, taken by the keeper as Adams continues another 2 for 79 in his 20th over. Ricardo Adams, he's bowler lengthy spell. Reverse sweeping, that's Prasad. This will go into the boundary for 4. Elegantly played. Realized that there was no one backward of square and seized the opportunity. He picks up another boundary. We look at the monitor now. That was neatly done. And he gets 4 more to his name and will push his team's total to 279 for 4. Well played there.
Yeah, he was able to get the boundary. Taking that risk, got the reward this time. But again, there's so much more time left in this game. I'm not sure if there's a need for all this improvisation at this time. Using his wrist there. Straight to the fielder at mid wicket. Off the back foot again, beating the cover fielder. He's gonna get 2. So Akshay Prasad keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Even as we see, the scoring rate has increased just a little bit since tea. It's now 4.18 per over. Plays that one straight to the mid-wicket fielder. It's the end of the over. 6-7 completed. It's 281 for Demerara in their first innings. Have a look at our match referee in today's game, Mr. Colin Alfred, sitting there in that blue shirt, the glasses, along with the scorers, other stakeholders in today's play. Even our co-commentator, Ronaldo Magarel, sitting watching from another vantage point at the moment.
Hubbard continues from the southern end. 281 for 4. He lets it go. That's Mohammed. Mohammed too is very aggressive by nature, so he would want to step on the gas pretty early, as shown with his very first delivery. He was going over the top.
Yeah, he is ultra aggressive, super aggressive, very belligerent batsman. He's not going to stay there and defend too many. He's going to go after the bowling, that's for sure. It's the way how he goes about his business. But for the sake of his team, you'd want him to maybe bat a more responsible innings. You're off to a great start, so there's no need for any sort of aggressive shot making or so. He goes down the ground this time. There's a fielder out here at the long off boundary, so it'll just be a single.
Yes, and even though Demerara, they have piled up a significant score so far, ESSEQUIBO, they haven't fallen to pieces. That's very important. They've held themselves together. Yes, they've put down a few catches, but apart from that, you know, they've played competitive cricket. And they haven't just given up. This is pitched up and covering it up. Pushes the ball into the offside. 282 for the loss of 4 wickets. So I want to encourage you, if you're in the vicinity of Georgetown, you can come out tomorrow, maybe on the East Bank. Come out and watch inter-county cricket for free. Maybe you can come after work and have a peep of the action. He's trying to sweep. This will beat the keeper. And the slip as well. And we'll go into the boundary for 4. We'll just await the signal from umpire. Signal by the umpires. So 4 of them. So it's a really quiet period now, because Demerara have been leading in this game so far from the start. They're maintaining that position. ESSEQUIBO has they have picked up 4 wickets, yes, but the advantage during the course of this match has been to Demerara. Adams continues. He's coming forward, and you can see his intent. He's looking for the. He's batting from a side-on position. Maybe he's looking for the hike over mid-wicket, which is vacant. Turning it straight to forward short leg. Can't score. 286 for 4.
I think it'll be a bit of a chess game, bit of a cat and mouse game between Ali Muhammad and Adams. Ali Muhammad would have been a centurion in the previous game, in the previous round, held right here at border, scored 100 against the GCB Select 11 team. As we all know, border is his home ground, plays for the Georgetown Cricket Club, based here at border. So they'd want to try and get rid of Ali Muhammad as soon as possible, because he can take away a game. Well, the game is already in favor of Demerara, but he can further take it away from ESSEQUIBO in a hurry.
He's whipping it down pass backwards square. That's gone for 4, and you call it right there, my friend. It was on the line of the leg stump and whipped it past the fielder there. He had no chance really. 290 now for the loss of 4 wickets. Mohammed goes up to 7, I make him. Prasad has 72. 290 for 4.
That was a really nice shot. Not that short, not a very short delivery, but just short enough, and he was able to use that hand-eye coordination to just whip it off the leg, square of the wicket. He's always going to be aggressive, and he's always will be attacking.
I love the idea of batters coming out and being positive. That's fine. But you've got to be very selective. Don't just come around and just throw your bat wildly at everything and anything. Be selective and be careful. This is whipped into the onside. Another single to Prasad. He goes up to 73. 291 for 4. As the shadows begin to lengthen here at the beautiful border cricket ground in Georgetown. And we're coming to the end of the first day's play. Ghana Cricket Board Senior Male Inter-County, the County 4-day competition, ESSEQUIBO against Demerara. We've had fierce competition during the course of the day, blessed with brilliant weather. This is Mohammed. He walks into a drive and will contemplate the second. No, he doesn't, because Samson has the ball in his hand and might just be saying, come along, come along. Then I'm going to show you who am I. 291 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Good positive running once again. Even as we are entertained by some dancing here in the commentary box.
Yes, by no other than Inderjeet, who is a jack of all trades, and I'm afraid to say the next part. So Hubbard, he's had a lengthy spell as well. This is his 16th over, 2 for 71. He continues.
for trying to give it a bit of flight there. Interesting shot there by Mohammed, completely squared up. Looking to maybe play that on the leg side, but just not getting it right, keeping a bit low maybe.
And I dare say he doesn't look comfortable against the spinners. I wonder how he'll play against the faster men. Another over completed. And Demerara, they have posted so far 200 and we look at the monitor. That's going for the sweep. 293 for 4. Mohammed has 8. Prasad has 74.
So it will be Adams to continue, bowling to Akshaya Prasad. Here on a Sunday afternoon in beautiful Georgetown, Guyana.
You call it right there. Warm and breezy. Nice and easy. If you're coming out for a lie, maybe. Lots of people will go to the Kingston Seawall at this point in time. He opens the face, that's Prasad. Gets it down to third man. That's Mohammed, who is in the way. He feels one more to him. He goes up to 9, 294 for the loss of 4 wickets. Lots of people will go for an afternoon stroll on a Sunday.
Yeah, the Kingston Sea Walls is the place to be. On a Sunday afternoon, you see families out. There's lots of different bouncy castles, lots of different foods available. So it's all there.
And Easter around the corner, I guess a few kites as well.
Yeah, definitely. Straight delivery. Ali Muhammad nodding his head in approval of that one.
And you get the feeling he's just waiting for that loose delivery to pounce on it. Because he's very patient. He's got 8 from 17. He's driving, finds the gap on the offside. That's elegantly played. And that will go into the cover boundary for 4. That was sweetly done by the right-hander. He goes up to 4. He's on 12. It's 298 for the loss of 4.
That was a really good shot. You know, and this is what it's about when you're in such a dominant position. You want to put away the bad balls. You know, there's no need for much improvisation and trying to force the runs. It's going to come. And even if it doesn't come, you're so far ahead of the game that you have the time. We're still in day 1 here of this 4-day tournament. This 4-day game, inter-county.
He's forward and then turns it down to backwards square. Gets another single. Another over completed. It's 299, I make it, for the loss of 4 wickets. 298 for the loss of 4. Mohammed has 12. And Prasad has 13.
We are in the border area. There's football being played. There's cricket. It's a little bit of hockey as well. So Nice sporting day here in Georgetown.
Hubbard continues to start his 17th over. 2 for 71. 299 for 4. This is Mohammed beaten outside the off stump. He was pushing forward. In defense, basically. Not taking the edge. And goes into the gloves of the keeper. 299 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, beating all ends up here. Squared up at the crease. Giving that a bit of flight there is Hubbard. Want to try to keep it in the air as much as possible.
He's coming down the track. That's Mohammed. And this is high and handsome. That's gone for 6. And I did say it, you know, he was just waiting for the opportunity. Punks on it. Ball pitched up. And he gets 6 more. And Mohammed, well, that stroke will go up to 19. The 300 has come up for his team. 305 for the loss of 4 wickets. Well played there.
Yeah, it's how he goes about his business. Safe shot. Give it some air, fly to delivery, and he pounced on it. Clearing the boundary with ease. 6 runs, 6 more runs to Ali Mohammed. So the umpires will be consulting here. Another ball that's needed. They'll probably be looking for one in the box of balls of similar wear and tear. The ball should be 71 overs old, but we've had so many changes.
Yes, the players are out in the middle. You're not missing any cricket by chance. I guess they're having much needed drink break, refreshment, because it's been long. It's been tiring for sure. The sun is teeming hot out there, and it makes it even worse. Demerara have put ESSEQUIBO on the back foot. 305 for the loss of 4 wickets.
All right, so we'll just take a break for a minute or so and be right back with you. So welcome back here at Border. 305 for 4. Resuming after a little water break. will be Hubbard continuing to Ali Muhammad. Ali Muhammad just dispatching Hubbard for 6. Oh, he waited on that one and sweetly timed and driven, but straight to the fielder.
The little noise you might be hearing in the background, maybe, it's not coming from the spectators at the ground, but it's coming from the football players at the GFC ground, and they're enjoying themselves over there. So you look at the monitor, those players are enjoying themselves, and football, of course, another popular sport here in Guyana.
Yeah, and it's the end of the over, 72 completed, 305 for 4. As we have some action here at FC GCC, FC Border. Not sure the names of the teams playing there.
But they're very loud, I can tell you that for sure. It seems as though as every single ball there is a goal scored. The excitement is pitch fever over there. That's nice to see. Enjoying themselves on a Sunday afternoon. That's great to see.
So new bowler into the attack for ESSEQUIBO, Wasim Mohammed. Looks like he'll be bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Akshaya Prasad. Skipper just getting his field right.
I wonder what's going to happen in terms of the selection for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. If Akshaya gets 100 here, might just put some pressure on the Harpy Eagles batters, the middle at least. But all these scenarios, come to the fore when the selectors would sit down to assemble the team to represent the nation. He's driving, pleasant drive. And a very powerful return by Sampson to the keeper's end. He doesn't collect clean it though, and they get a single. 306 for the loss of 4.
I've never been a selector, but I would like to think being a selector is kind of like being an umpire. No one will ever be happy with your decision, and that's just the way it is.
That's the way life is. At the end of the day, how can we please each and everyone out there? There will be people who will dislike your selection or whatever the case might be, but we have to do what we have to do.
It's kind of like an umpire making a decision out there. Half of the side, they're happy. The other side, they're not happy. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
But it will just put some pressure on the selectors if Prasad gets 100 here. Because 100 is 100 at the end of the day. 306 for 4.
One gets the feeling that Ali Muhammad is just sizing up Muhammad here. See what he is about before he unleashes.
This is pulled away. Down past mid-wicket to the fielder's left. And he doesn't succeed in stopping it from crossing the boundary ropes. And as you said, he was just waiting for it. He's powerfully built and can seize on those opportunities very quickly. That's nice to see. When you can pounce on those loose deliveries. And he got a boundary on that occasion. He goes up to 23. 310 for the loss of 4. Good shot there.
Yeah, he's not going to tolerate anything that's too short. He's going to put it away with great disdain. going to take a single here. So that's the end of Mohammed's over. It's 311 for 4. 73 overs completed here. This is GCB Senior Inter-County 4-day clash.
And maybe come back tomorrow. Maybe that's going to test the fitness level of some of these ESSEQUIBO players, having spent the entire day in the field today with the hot sunshine and all of that.
Yeah, that's what it does. It drains you. Test your mental strength, the stamina. That's why the decision to, you know, bowl first was such a interesting one. Love to pick Booty's brain on that one. See what was his reasoning like.
Well, I guess he'll tell you, you know, look, we've already made a decision to field first, and we've got to stick with it. And let's see what will happen tomorrow.
Tight in defense there is Akshaya Prasad. Still being steady. 76 runs now. 111 balls. Doesn't seem to be in any hurry, and which he shouldn't. It's a lot of time here for him to get to his century. I think that should be on his mind there. And that's the end of the over. 74 overs completed. It's 312 for 4. So Mohammed to continue. Mohammed to Mohammed.
Mohammed, his action, I don't want to compare him to great off spinners, but he looks somewhat like Saeed Ajmal when he's about to deliver at the bowling crease. Saeed Ajmal, former Pakistan off spin bowler. In terms of his actions, I'm talking about 312 for 4. The only thing is that Ajmal used to slow up much more when he gets to the delivery point.
So single taken there. Have you been following the New Zealand-Sri Lanka test match, Wadakar? Oh.
Well, good return there to the striker's end. Luckily for Prasad, he had to put the dive in. If it wasn't for the dive, maybe he could have been back in the pavilion. Yes, coming back to what you asked me. Yes, interestingly enough, Williamson getting amongst the runs, as well as Nichols getting a double 100. A very interesting test match going on there as well, and the series as well. But something about Kane Williamson, he's another gem of a player, isn't he? Along with Root, Coley, and Smith. Fabulous players to watch in action.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's not
None would follow. None would forget the test match, which New Zealand won by the narrowest of margins by a single run recently against England.
Yeah, and they also had a nail biter against Sri Lanka just a few days prior.
So it just goes to show test match cricket is there to stay. The over has been completed 313 for 4. Prasad has 76 and Mohammed has 26.
So Wadakar has taken his leave from the commentator's box. So welcome, Mr. Inderjeet Prasad.
Thank you, my brother Miku. 313 for the loss of 4. Still 15 overs to go this evening before the bills are taken off for the end of day number 1. So we still have a while to go.
We have a look at a beautiful Amisi restaurant.
Yes, there is where our producer will be taking us this afternoon for dinner.
You sure about that? Hold on, let me check my email for that memo.
Very stylishly, and Ali Mohammed has looked good since he has come to the wicket on drives, cover drives, driving through mid-off, getting a single. Seems to be a good timer of the cricket ball. He's in ripping form.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, he scored 100 in the previous game here. Came out and he scored a quick fire century against the Select 11. This is his home ground. This is the ground he knows from a very young age. So you won't want to mess around Ali Muhammad here at Border. Very dangerous player.
Yes, and this also allows Akshaya Prasad to play his natural game. 24 runs away from 3 figures, and he will relish that opportunity. Now he has to show the patience and the character. No need to hustle the bowling. Do the same thing that he has been doing all along.
Keep it simple and boring, huh? In that previous encounter here at Border, Demerara, they were reeling a bit at about 80 for 4, and then Ali Muhammad came to the crease and just changed the outlook of that match. Put Demerara in total control. One time it looked like the Select 11 were on top, but not for long.
Well, this is his home ground. He knows the conditions here. He can tell you the number of grass that you have on the outfield here at Border. And Hubbard continues to peg away from this end. Runs here, beats the diving figure down at mid-on. That's Charles, who's out in the middle. The over has been completed, 314 for the loss of 4. I have some news coming in from Wakenham Cricket Committee. The Badre Prasad Memorial T20 and an ESSEQUIBO who is among us here this afternoon doing some camera work, Zahir Mohammed, says that Mariah's Pleasure will be playing good success in the final of the Wickenham Community Centre ground. The date to be announced. So Mariah Pleasure will play Good Success in the final at the, well, we keep saying Wickenham. I understand the correct pronunciation is Wickenham. Good Success beats Zealandia in the semi-final. Good Success 153 of 19 overs with Mahesh Ramnarayan 29, Imran Khan 25, Devendra Hansraj 22. Ajay Gansham had 4 for 27. Wazim Mohammed continues from the northern end of the ground. Akshaya Prasad tugging this one away down towards Wine Long On will get the single. Zealandia 143 for 8 in 19 overs. Gansham 52. Ronnie Gangaram 51. Imran Khan 4 for 20. And we'll keep updating you with some others that will take place a little bit later on as well.
Thank you for that update. Wickenham, as you said. Spent a lot of my childhood there. There were some beautiful days.
Then a girl brought you to Demerara, Miko. Short, and this is pulled away. It's in the air. The catch be taken. Goodness gracious me. He dropped it. Yeah. Well. That was Dolpuri and Duck Curry on a Sunday afternoon at Boda. And Swami refused. That's Charles. That's right. Miko can't be doing that.
No, I'm disappointed in the young Sheldon Charles. That was an easy one. Came straight to him, and he just spilled the beans.
Yeah, well, he didn't make the team. He's out there substituting. And look, that's a 4th catch that ESSEQUIBO has put down. Just imagine, if they had taken those 4 catches, how different the complexion of the game would have been.
Definitely. As they say, catches win matches.
Yes, and I see that the local influenza is going around in Guyana. It seems as though Charles just can't even catch a cold.
I remember young Charles. He was the captain for the ESSEQUIBO under 15 team many years ago. So when I first met him on the field of play. Decent young man, respectable. Straight down the ground this time by Ali Mohammed. But will only pick up a single as the fielders are now right in the boundary. Showing respect for the batsman's prowess.
Look at that shot there. Onto the back foot on the replay and punching it back past the bowler. Good looking shot.
Yeah. And that's going to prove to be a costly drop. Just how costly we will have to wait and see.
The over's been completed, 319 for the loss of 4. And look, Miku, despite the performance of Demerara, which is an excellent one up to this stage, ESSEQUIBO, they have held their heads high out in the middle. They're bowlers. They've bowled pretty well. The ground feeling improves as the day has gone by. But in that catching department, you know, that's something that they need to work on.
Definitely. Catches win matches, as we said a million times before. They've got to do better. You know, that's the last thing you need, especially when you're on as a substitute on the field. You're not in the 11, so you're expected to be a bit more fresh, have a bit more focus.
I think that's the voice of Ricardo Adams coming through a little bit on the microphone. Samson, is it? Yes, Samson. If they don't want to catch you, saying they're going to spend 4 days out in the field. Agree with you, Samson. He went for one through the entire body, full stretch. That was a great effort. Couldn't get there. So he knows what he's talking about. So Philip has been reintroduced into the attack. None for 28 from 6. What to see Philip show much more energy. What he did in those previous 6 overs was to just walk up and throw the arms over. Put some energy into it. Learn from Hubbard.
Definitely, but then he's got to hope that if there's a catch, someone will actually take it.
Well, for God's sake, if a catch comes, please, just hold on to those catches. They're very, very important. You do all the hard work, and then if you lag behind in that area, you're going to suffer. Just wondering to know if Ali Muhammad just delay those shots a little. He can get it between backward point and the cover. Was playing a little bit too stiff. Like that one again. You know, some other batters will play as late as possible and get it in that gap, or play with soft hands and get a single.
Well played there by Ali Muhammad, lunging forward, showing the full face of the bat. Good stretch. But one gets the feeling that Ali Muhammad is just sizing it up. Shuffling. Leg stump to off stump to leg stump.
Well, he has to be careful how he's playing this sweep shot. If you must be able to sweep on a length as the umpire signal leg by. If you're going to sweep at the delivery off the pitch, it simply means more than often you're going to misread it. So you sweep on length, so you ensure you get connection. Those are basic things you learn as a batsman.
So Barnwell had a similar dismissal, trying to sweep, adjudged LBW.
And that's almost the third time Akshaya Prasad is going over wide long on. Great shot. That's gone for a maximum to take him into the 80s. And he continues to be very, very selective here, Akshaya Prasad. He will feel pretty comfortable. 326 for the loss of 4. And Prasad has gone into the 80s. He's now on to 85 of 125 balls. Hello to you, Naeem.
Hi, Jeet. Good afternoon. Akshay is having a wonderful match, and I would like to see him go on. It's gone past 100, get 150. Remind the selectors that I'm still around, things can happen. And the Demerara side, they've worked their way into a fine position, a position of command. They can have a lot of fun coming in tomorrow, maybe bat a session, get to 450, and they can have a declaration once they keep going right now and not get out and bogged down. But generally, they have 326 runs in a day's play at this level. I think is pretty good.
Yes, and by the time we get down to that 5:30 hour or so, it might very well be gone past that 350. And that's excellent. The run rate is good.
So we expect to see some shoulders tomorrow morning. And Akshaya has really kept his cool. He has maintained that calmness and very orthodox. His cover driving has been very good too.
Not doing well to his own bowling there was him, Mohammed. Maybe a little bit on the tired side. Should have stopped it. Bowlers take pride in ensuring they are good fielders to their own bowling. You hit it back to me, I must be able to stop it.
Particularly if you're a spinner. I mean, come on. And the first day play, this shouldn't be happening. And no balls. I was talking earlier about no balls. I can't see why spinners really should be bowling no balls.
Just wondering to know if they're wearing extra large boots. concentration level and your rhythm as a bowler are very, very important. It can help to prevent no ball. If you're not comfortable, abort the run. I mean, you must be able to know where that bowling crease is.
Because your run-up is not a long one. It's practically 5 steps you take off spinners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. So what is difficult to work out? They'll pick up an easy single.
Yes, it's unforgiving to see slower bowlers bowl so many no balls.
Because if you're a fast bowler, you really you can't see that line only when you get close, when you're running in.
Now, they're milking the bowling absolutely in a splendid way here. So many runs have been scored down towards that. When the left-hander is batting, it's long on. When the right-hander batting, it's long off. They have managed quite a few runs because there's a huge gap there. I guess they want to protect the boundaries. That's the reason why you have the long off and the long on out.
And that gives you the opportunity, the batsman, to milk, as
Right.
you said.
So here's another single.
And the same milking, Jeet, is going to produce 5 and 6 runs in the over. So the big hitting, I mean, when it comes, especially in the position that you're in. But generally, you can get 5, 6 runs in singles.
That's right. 331 for the loss of 4 wickets. And just imagine, let's say you get 3 singles. And we're watching the main pavilion here at the GCC ground border. Quite a few people there inside there, I guess members, some spectators, some cricketers as well. And it's been a good atmosphere there. Always a good atmosphere at the top.
Always. When I look at, especially this section here, I recall 1977. There was a little boy in Clive Lloyd's stand, and Colin Croft made his debut, and he was like pushing his head through a window to your right, inside of the building, and like greeting all Guyanese who were celebrating his selection. And Colin Croft doesn't have to smile to smile. He has a permanent, a perpetual disposition where his face is set like that, as though he's smiling. And he may very well be pretty angry with you. But he had that disposition. So we were all shouting and hailing Colin Croft.
So I had the privilege of working with Colin on quite a few panel. And he was a vicious fast bowler. Had one of the best leg cutters in the world. Well, this is lifted away. That's going to go. Has it cleared the ropes? Yes, it has. Hanging on the back foot, giving himself some room there. And out came the willow, smacked it over mid-wicket for a maximum.
He's got the shoulders, he's got the position, all the elements are there. When I say position, I mean the total mustered so far by Demerara, 337. There's not much to worry. He's in a commanding position and he's aggressive. So he can be the pinch hitter. Akshaya stable the other side.
Yes, and if Garfield Phillip will continue to bowl like this, it's going to be very easy to pick and dispatch. Just want him to be showing a little bit more aggression, not in terms of bowling fast, but his approach to the wicket, his body language, just float it up a little bit more in the air. That's the reason why you're having the long on and the long off and the mid-wicket posted out on the boundary. You never know, a miscue can come. Get it up. Give it a little bit loop. Let the batter look up into the air. Now that's in the air, but it's perfectly placed. And it's going to go away down towards the extra cover boundary, and that's gone for 4. Now that's a brilliant shot, Naeem. It's kind of inside out. Not coming down the track, but hanging on the back foot and getting the boundary.
Very well stroked. Because, as you said, there are the long on and long off, and he took it wide of the long off, more towards semi-extra cover position. Calculated, and I'm glad I'm seeing that from him, because he has been driving the ball regularly straight to the fielders all the time, and it's good to see this. And Phillips, I think, is guilty on many occasions bowling too short.
And again, short of a good length, and this time the timing was off for Ali Mohammed. That's the end of the over. None for 44 from his 8 overs. Garfield, 341 for the loss of 4.
Yes, he's been the least impressive of the bowlers who have been showcasing their skills out there. I haven't seen Samson in a while. I wouldn't be surprised if, for some good reason, the captain might opt to replace Phillips. He's not penetrative, not getting the batsman to do things so that you can induce a chance, the possibility of a chance. It's been pretty flat, and so he's no challenge. So, well, I spoke about Samson as he's counting his run-up.
Yes, and they hear you, Naeem. I think it was time enough to, try something else. And with 10 overs in the day to go, maybe with spin from one end, maybe bring back Howard a little. He has had a lengthy bowl. If not, Ricardo Adams might be the perfect foil for Samson. He from the top end and Adams from the bottom end.
And a lot of these spinners I'm not seeing, and Clyde Butts, I had posed this question to him and he was in agreement with me. I'm not seeing them swinging their body in the delivery stride, like swinging the shoulder and getting the ball to ring it then, in other words, in my language. They're coming almost chested onto the batsmen, facing them and delivering. So they can't derive the extra movement in the ball. So I'd posed that to Clyde Butts.
And, some people will look at them, call them spinners. Some others will look at them and call them very slow bowlers. The reason why, they do not exert the kind of spin on the ball. Now, there's a difference between spinning the ball and, people moving the ball. Spin is different. Spin is where you loop the ball. You give it that nice tweak, be it your fingers, your wrist has to be strong, and yes, the shoulder comes in where you get the power from. So you want it to hit the deck and bite and turn. You'll see the great Shane Warne, may his soul rest in peace and rise in glory. When he bowls, he grunts. And he just doesn't grunt because he wants to grunt. He grunts, Naeem, because of the energy he's using and the power that he exerts on the ball. Spinners must spin the ball. That's basic.
And the examples are glaring. Shane Warne, Abdul Qadir, Saklin Mustak, Mutaya Muralitaran. You could have seen the venom in their personality, their body language, their delivery strides.
Yeah, and despite Warne, he was that leg spinner. I've seen a number of leg spinners too. They do not use a lot of shoulder, but these guys were very, very strong. Like I said, from the elbow coming down, where they derive their power from, and their wrist. So they're different kinds. But, these are youngsters playing the game. Learn to spin the ball. Wrapped on the pad is a shout for leg before no ball called by the umpire. We certainly will be looking that on the replay. Let's see where that ball was heading. That was actually in front of the stumps there. Akshaya Prasad survives. No ball. We talked about it.
Akshaya must be pretty tired too, because he's been sharing partnerships. So it has been a lot of running between the wicket. He shared the last big partnership Perez and Akshaya, that was 109. So he's been doing a lot of running in that wicket.
Good fielding, whipped in the return, but they'll get the single. Good communication between these two. Prasad gets off strike. And he'll be looking for singles here. He won't mind, and should mind, crawling to that 100, picking up singles like that. It will serve him well. You don't want to play any extravagant shot whatsoever. He has a 100 there for the taking, and he knows he can even get it this afternoon with 9 overs remaining after this one.
And the new ball has been taken, 80 overs, right on target. That is going to give you some impetus, some movement. The activity will be more rigid, and intensity will come from the bowling side. So let's see the impact of that. When I say activity, it can go either way, right? So it went in the batting area on this occasion, pitched up outside the off stump, and shoulder to shoulder, both players, Quinton Sampson and the batsman himself to Ali Mohammed, strong shoulders, hoisting it, deliberate, calculated shot over the head of the cover region.
Yes, and this is what the new ball can bring to you. It can go for runs, it can pick up a wicket. So normally, sometimes you take a gamble, sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. Especially here, I think ESSEQUIBO have done the right thing. They have taken the new ball because the spinners were actually getting ineffective. Having a good look and allows it to go by into the gloves of Rennie. So Sampson, you can't blame him for effort at all. He's a live wire in the outfield. And when he gets the ball in his hand, he's going to give you that 110% effort. That's a man who recently said out in the field, if you can't catch, you spend 4 days out here.
Big lash. That's how I like to describe it. It's a big lash, agricultural almost. He knew he was not to the pitch of the ball. There you go. And so he had to make some adjustments and let it eventually going past the bat.
Yes, an adjustment he did, and he did it well too, but he was just winding up there to launch into it. He's not going to be flustered at all. Short, and he's smashing this one where that's gone. That's gone for a maximum, and that's a half century for Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He has gone to 51. Raises his bat to his teammates. Well played, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Really a savage shot, and I doubt whether they can recover or retrieve that ball. So Mr. Digar again, on the road. He's coming in with a replacement. It went completely out of borders ground.
Yes, bring ball, umpire. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is out in the middle. Nothing wrong there with Quinton Sampson trying a short ball. We tried it, and the batsman was equal to the task. He's been there for a good time. He smacked it, and it screamed out of this ground here for a maximum. Good half century.
Good. Good. And kind of exciting too, because Akshaya is not going to offer you a lot of excitement. He's very orthodox. But Ali Mohammed is very, very hard hitting. So the few members of the crowd here would have a lot of fun with Ali Mohammed out in the middle. And Sampson knows that. But it's the cherry. He's going to use it. He's going to try the shorter ones to see if he can get the edge outside the off stump. It's just pitifully that it lagged down the leg side and he was struck for 6.
Yes, try one more again there, Sampson. Don't be afraid. You've been smacked for 6. 353 for the loss of 4. You're looking to get a wicket. So let's see how he's going to respond. He had a few well pitched up and then 2 short deliveries. The previous one careering outside the line of the off stump. The next one heading towards the leg stump. Went for 6. Well pitched up, and he's in good form. You can see it. Only when you're in a good form and you're seeing the ball like that, you can play the way Ali is playing. 353 for the loss of 4.
Samson is bowling from his shoulders. He's very strong, and it's a lot of energy he's pumping into his delivery, but on a pitch, of course, that is going to offer you very bits and pieces of response. So Ricardo Adams is going to continue from the southern end. So he's going to have one side on faster bowlers, spin on the other side. I would have wanted maybe, even if it's for a 2 or 3 overs, have pace at both ends, because it's the cherry.
Yes, and Cadogan had a good little rest, so he should be fresh to bowl the new ball. But maybe Ricardo Adams can have a little bit more bounce with the new ball. You never know. These are things that might very well cross the mind. Pace from one end, spin from the other, hoping that the left arm spinner can get something out of the pitch with the ball much more hard. But he's well set there. The left-handed Akshaya Prasad, just a solitary slip.
Adams is a very consistent fella, apart from giving a lot of his time and energy in support of his side. And he's, when I say consistent, with his line and length. Here you go, outside edge.
Yes, and that's the kind of extra bounce we were talking about now with the new ball. You know, it can offer that and create some false shots. That one actually hurried and bumps a little bit more.
Not a good one. Ricardo really putting in energy here, working.
Now what he needs to do to complement what he's doing, toss it up a little bit more. Give him the opportunity to go over the top of the offside, like he saw that one. His eyes lit up and he was looking to, well, let me see, he was looking to pelt a lash on it and outfox. And that's what he needs to do. Just float it a little bit more, lure the batter into the shot. He'll be eyeing that real estate on the offside field.
Nice battle in the Jeet, nice battle. And Akshaya, I think Ricardo Adams is winning this battle in this particular over.
Yes, because he has kept the left-hander in check. He has not gotten his own way. And he does not want to be bogged down. Lots of time in this game too. Just be patient, Akshaya. Full toss, and did he get bat onto it? Well, he slammed the bat into the pad, and that's gone away for 4. He made the connection that he wanted, and he gets the boundary. That's the end of the over, and just straying a little bit, trying too hard, and paid the penalty.
Very sensible shot too from Akshaya. There's a man down on the square leg boundary, and some others close up to the bat on the onside. And what he did, he knows that there was no fine leg or long leg, and he coddled the ball almost, caressing it, just getting it off the hip to the vacant position. So he's in control.
Yes, and I think the reason why he slapped the pad with the bat in his hand was because of that shot he played, the previous delivery. He knows that is not warranted. And cricketers do talk to themselves, Naeem. And I hope that he's talking to himself. And that talk should be, Akshaya, cool it down. 100 here, you're still in the thinking of the national selectors whenever that opportunity comes. Where you want your name to be counted.
Like Savory has been doing, from the intercounty one-day format to the 4-day format, and now with the Harpy Eagles.
And that just took some pace off it, but he'll get the single. Was hit with some power. So the attention is back now with Akshaya Prasad, who is on 92.
Well, he's still very composed. Just that one shot off of Ricardo Adams, the last over, when he was swiping outside the off stump recklessly. And as you mentioned, it could have been that in disgust he's slamming into his pads. But let's look at what's happening with the field. The captain is going to add some pressure, 2 slips in a gully. Just a single, and I'm not sure if it came off the bat. Yes, it came off the bat.
Good looking shot there with 3 slips, and you're having that cover, having a wide mid-off, but there's protection down on the fine leg boundary, just in case Samson strayed, and strayed he did on that occasion. Akshaya Prasad getting the single.
Well, it's a good move by the captain, Budi, because this guy is in his 90s. You may have some last-minute butterflies, put some pressure, let him know that he's under pressure.
Well, another lost opportunity. It went straight into the hand of the fielder, that's Charles, down at forward square, and another no ball sent down here by Samson. You wonder why, Samson, all the hard work, and then you just enter the border illegally. Well, that's not good enough. That's how many we can count. 4 and 2 no balls. That's 6 opportunities on the first day of a 4-day game. You have to be strong in character to recuperate and come again.
I don't know if Samson is probably trying to overdo, and in the process, he's spraying it.
Well, yes, I think he's looking to bowl a little bit quicker than previously. And because of that, he's going to lose some rhythm. And once you lose your rhythm, you can very well overstep. We saw him had problems from this end. 3 consecutive delivery strides he had to stop and then recuperated. Might be going through that as well. This is going to run pretty close to the boundary. It's not going to get there, but they'll get 2. Just a nice little push.
Well, this one comes down to long leg for 4. Again, Samson is a little guilty of straying. And I think, again, it is coming because of the heavy exertion of energy where he's trying to achieve too much rather than line and length and control.
Yes, and another no ball as well. So he has overstepped and he has gone down the leg side. So he's a trier. He works very, very hard. While he's going to be concerned, it's like just calm the nerves down a little. Ali Mohammed capitalizing. He's gone on to 58. And he's smacking this one. It's high in the air. Will the catch be taken? No. Falling short on another day. He might very well put in the dive down on the boundary area. It stayed a long time in the air. Would you have gone diving for that one, Naeem?
I'm thinking that quite possibly while he was heading west in that direction, the sun probably was getting into his eyes. I'm not sure.
Well, Ali Mohammed here is just living a little charm life at this moment. He has gone on to 60. He's going to go after the bowling. There's no doubt about that. He's not going to be defensive. The only time he's going to be defensive if it's a good delivery. Other than that, like that one and floored by the bowler himself. Was hit pretty hard. Well, they say you throw the kitchen sink. That wasn't the sink alone. That was the entire house.
I don't believe he could have even taken evasive action. The ball was hit so hard that Samson, the ball connected to him and while trying to do evasive work. But that was really hit hard.
Big swing again, and it eludes the keeper, And even the first slip in, Adams didn't make a try to stop it. So it's all going a little downhill here for ESSEQUIBO as we come down towards the closing stages of day number 1. 4 buys to end the over.
At this rate, they can quite possibly get close to the 400 mark once Ali Mohammed continues with his disposition that he's displaying.
So, 7 overs remain. Akshaya Prasad on 93. I doubt whether he will want to go sleep this evening, still being in the 90s. I doubt whether he will even be sleeping. So he might very well be looking here, should be looking for the singles. And wherever the opportunity allows himself to get to that 100 this evening, there's still 7, how much? 6s? 42? 42 deliveries to go, legal ones. And with a little few no balls here and there, can very much get there.
Well, he showed that he got flustered. What he needs to do is adjust and keep his calm and his composure. Just get there 100 with the singles.
Yes, very, very possible. So there is the slip, backward point, there's cover, extra cover, and the mid-off. And let's see what they have done in the on-side. They have left the long on vacant, giving him the chance to go over the top. From my vantage point, can't see anybody there. Floated up, and this has worked nicely. Maybe a little bit more towards his left could have bring him a single there. There's not only butterflies in his stomach there, Naeem. There must be some moth as well.
That's it. That's what we were talking about.
Yes, easy picking for the single. Just make him work a little for these other runs. That's a 100 partnership coming up between these two. And Ali Mohammed scoring 60 out of that 100 partnership. Well done, guys. The second century partnership we have seen so far for Demerara in this match. They lost to Berbice in the opening encounter at the National Stadium, Demerara. And that's going to whistle away down towards the backward point boundary. Will it get there? It can't. They'll collect 2. Good shot once again.
Good for Adams, because in that mood that guy is in, you got to be very, very strong in character to bowl to them and keep your sanity. And the catch is taken. Finally, Sampson gets the last smile along with Ricardo Adams. I'm glad for Ricardo Adams. He's been very, very consistent with his bowling. Taking the catch there, Ali Mohammed gone. I think the last score I read for him was 60. So 60 and good innings. And it's exactly what Demerara wanted. They're already in a good position, so they needed to step on the gas. And the acceleration came from the bat of Ali Mohammed. So we're finalizing his score. 62 says our scorers. So Ali Mohammed gone back. Demerara losing another wicket. 5 wickets gone down now. And quite on target for a very, very strong lead in their first innings.
Yes, on the first day when you're 375, look at that scoring rate, 4.47 at a projected score with a fall of wickets, 447. That by itself is like a little bit of a mountain there. But ESSEQUIBO cannot give up. They must be able to use the opportunity to ensure they themselves spend time at the wicket. It's not T20, it's not T10. It's a 4-day cricket.
And a lot of them, not necessarily ESSEQUIBONs alone, have not displayed that desire in this 4-day tournament to want to stay there and occupy, like what Akshaya is doing, and like what Savory has been doing. It was there are two examples, remarkable examples of cricketing talent for 4 days, especially Savory and this youngster Akshaya.
Yes, and I thought that Sachin Singh too. Today, he played extremely well for his half century. Got a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Might have been a little bit careless in cutting at it, and he went caught in the slip cordon. Other than that, he too looked good while he was out in the middle. And it's good to see Sachin Singh. He has been around for a while. His name was talked about, and it's just beginning to come through, I guess, with maturity. So, Shamar Yearwood has come out in the middle. Was pushing at that one, Naeem. The overs come to an end. 375 for the loss of 5. So he's seeing some wonderful greenery palm trees, and you see them there in the wind fluttering. So there's a very strong presence of wind in that direction. One of the local flags there fluttering could very well be the Georgetown Cricket Club flag, because that's on their building, on top of the pavilion. This club has been around for such a long time.
Very long time since, and their first big game, I think that was what, 1929.
Yes, 1929, 1930. West Indies played Test cricket here. I think the first victory for the West Indies in Test cricket was on this very ground.
So we're having a change. Cadogan.
Yes, it's Cadogan back in the attack.
Yeah, that's a good move. Let's have a little variety. This guy, Akshaya, is inching towards a milestone. There must be thoughts in his mind that telling him stay there, try and get to the 100 mark. And in doing that, it's a new bowler now. He's got to watch him and then assess him.
Yes, and Samson was having his problem too. That's short and pulled away. Brilliant shot. Out through backward square for 4. Naeem, that's a great shot. Pivoted on the back foot. Rolled the wrist nicely on it, and he gets the boundary.
Splendid shot. So he's gone. Our scorer has 98. Off 140 balls, it means that he has paced his innings very, very well.
Short and pulled away again. That's gone viciously out through mid-wicket for 4. And that's the 100 for Akshaya Prasad. He punches the air, yell, and then points to his back, punches the air again. And the 25-year-old from Cornelia Ida on the west coast of Demerara is very, very happy out in the middle. Congratulations, a fine 100 at inter-county level.
And in good time. It was a measured innings. I think that he really took time to calculate everything, to pace it. Splendid shots. We'd seen a few exquisite off drives. And then this last 2 deliveries from Cadogan, both of them short and whacked away down to the boundary for 4. So we were thinking that he may have butterflies. That was not to be. He has displayed all the confidence in the world, and he has gotten to 100. And when you look at the scorecard there, 141 balls, that tells a story. There was measured extravagance or aggression, not overly. Mikawanya, how are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm very happy for the young man. He said it was a really, really impressive innings. Played some wonderful shots, played with caution, and also put away the bad balls. So well done to you, Akshay Prasad. I know this is a big moment for him. He's been under a lot of pressure. Lost out, uh, lost his place in the Ghana Harpy Eagles team. It was good to see him fighting back with the triple figures. This is the only way you remain relevant with the selectors. You're a batsman, so you've got to bat. Currently on 102. But there's still lots of time in this game. Still 5 wickets in hand, so you'd want to keep going and not throw it away just yet. Demerara can still exert a whole lot of pressure on ESSEQUIBO, even more pressure, I should say.
Lifter, Akshaya. It's short, so he had a lot of time to read it, see it, and he knew exactly what he had to do. That's the end of the over. So we've had some healthy partnerships, 2 century partnerships. From first of all, you had got to just get to my notes, but the last one was Ali Muhammad and Akshaya, and then you had Akshaya and Perez. Am I right? Yes, for 109. So good partnerships. That tells you too that the Demerara team, they knew that they had a good pitch, and what they did was to say, we're going to make use of it. So they have stood out there, they've batted and batted, built partnerships. Those were very important hallmarks in the Demerara side innings.
Yeah, and I think they would have been over the moon when they got the word that they'll be taking for a strike here on day 1. I think this is what Christopher Barnwell would have done if he was the winner of the toss. Shamar Yearwood, new batsman at the crease. He was also a centurion in the previous game right here at Border. Club member of the Demerara Cricket Club. So very familiar with the conditions here. In the previous game, there was also, I think, at least a 50-run partnership with Shamar and Akshaya to be confirmed. But they would have batted well together. More runs. 2 of them this time.
So Akshaya knows that he's reached a milestone. I think the other milestone might be going into bed tonight, not out, and then come out and get put the icing on the cake tomorrow. Get to 150 perhaps. By then, the declaration, no doubt, will be on the mind of Barnwell. End of the over, 386 for 5.
I think the mentality of Barnwell, you would want to see his young guys get an opportunity to bat, and with there being so much time left in the innings, Who knows? Maybe they may look to bat even past lunch tomorrow, if providing there's wickets in hand. One of the surprising thing not saying that it was a bad decision was in the previous game when they could have enforced the follow-on. They select 11, but they came back out to bat to get some more runs, and they did win the game quite comfortably. So Cadogan now to continue from the North Road end.
So if you're joining us for the first time today, you're watching the senior domestic tournament in Guyana for the red ball, the intercounty tournament, and the two teams out there, Demerara and ESSEQUIBO. ESSEQUIBO winning the toss and electing to field. And that should have gone for 4. It was short enough. Akshaya was in position, but simply not connecting. He connected, but they're on the edge.
Yeah, just didn't get the timing right on that one. So it's been number 7's day here at Border. Saw the jubilation in his celebration. Not a misfield there by ESSEQUIBO.
And I don't think they can complain about the smoothness of the outfield. There would be because some parts where the grass was not maybe evenly cut or so, but generally Border is quite a flat, smooth sward. But can be if there's heavy in one area and you get an Oxford bounce. It's not getting the shot. It's short again, just couldn't put it together. And he knows they've got maybe just over 3 overs remaining, and he would like to go to close of play.
I think his go-to shot for this inning has been that back foot punch, without the playing on the back foot, cutting as well, but just that punch into the cover area. Still running hard after a lengthy stay at the crease.
Lifter. He really got that one to lift. He's steaming in, and like Samson, he's been exerting a lot of energy. That one lifted appreciably, just that it was a little too short, so he gave Akshaya all the time in the world to see it and let it go outside the off stump. 390 for 5 at the end of the over, and with 400 in sight, Demerara, they're really in a commanding position.
Very much so, Naim. Very much so. Looks like it will be Ricardo Adams to continue. This time coming from the Regent Street end. to see what he can do. Shadows now across the pitch. Half of the pitch in sunshine, half of the pitch in the shadows.
I've never heard a complaint about that, but the pavilion, this is how it has been in all its history, where at the 5 o'clock hour, quite around that time, the sunlight, the shadows stretch out into the field and onto the pitches. In this case, half the pitch is in sunshine and the other half in cool shade.
It's just one of those things, you know. You've played here before, you should know how it is. I can tell you that this is much better than those grounds on Wolford Avenue, where they're running from east to west. So at 5 o'clock, the sun is in your eyes. Very different. That's Gandhi and Gainek and MYO.
And it's because of the size of these those grounds. Because it's standard that all pitches really should be running north to south because of the sunshine, the rise of the sun and the setting of the sun as well. Well bowled, Ricardo. Ricardo is really a hard worker, not a prolific spinner of the ball. He tries to get a bit of variety with a drifter.
Seasoned campaigner. So 88 overs completed. It's 390 for 5.
And earlier this afternoon, we were thinking that Demerara can get maybe 350, but due to Ali Mohammed's explosion and ESSEQUIBO's implosion, I think they've gotten here 390, very close to the 400 mark. I wouldn't even be surprised if they get there.
Oh, there are definitely 2 overs remaining. You never know. It's been that sort of day for ESSEQUIBO. Shamar Yearwood is an aggressive batsman. Likes to play his shots. Very capable with the bat. And there's still more batting to come with Richie Lucknout and Ashmead Ned.
Bodhi has been really a thinking guy. He's been, with the resources given to him, limited in many ways. And he's been switching around his bowlers. And in my opinion, Hubbard has done extremely well. He's been right on target. Nice flight he's giving the ball. And good to see him bringing on Hubbard.
Single dare taken.
So, Mr. Umpire, 5:30 is the cutoff point, but there's still an outstanding over. So, in what direction the umpire goes? 5:30.
It's 5:30. All these decisions are dependent on the playing condition of the tournament.
Nice shot, Akshaya, straight through the covers. Will not get towards the boundary. But the batsmen have crossed for two.
So that's the end of the over. 393 for 5. Let's see what the umpires will be doing here. Oh, looks like they're going to continue.
For the scheduled last over, which is 90. So we are going to see the 90th over. But they had a cut-off time at 5:30, so the umpires, it's not really a big deal.
Back to that one.
Good ball. Good ball, Ricardo Adams. That was more like the drifter, the straighter one. And Yearwood was prodding forward, and it beat the outside edge. Tense final moments. And Yearwood has his head on his shoulder. He knows that it's just a few deliveries remain. So he's got to stay there. Nice tempting line.
Bowled him. Wow.
Look at the determination, how it paid off. Ricardo Adams, we've been giving him those kudos, deceiving Yearwood in the air. He was prodding forward, didn't realize where it was. It moved a little bit, came in back from outside the off stump, struck the bails off and the stumps. And Demerara 393 now. It's going to be for 5. And I'm surprised that they're not calling stumps, because it's what, one delivery? One delivery left.
So this is interesting by the umpire. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be going off. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be going off now. And I guess some was called. So 393 for 6 off of 89.5 overs. Definitely Demerara's day. As we hear the round of applause. Demerara team showing Akshaya Prasad some appreciation now.
Absolutely, he deserves that too. So that's the story on the first day. Tremendous effort here from Demerara, and posting a mammoth 393 for the loss of 6. So if you missed out joining us a bit late, maybe, the scoreboard reads Chandrapal Hemraj. He got 33, Sachin Singh, and good-looking 55. So there were a few half-centuries here. Perez got to 86. Of course, Akshaya Prasad not out on 110. The other good score came from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, a blistering 62, 68 balls, 6 fours, 3 sixes, very aggressive innings. And Shamar Yearwood, coming down to the end, he lost his wicket with 1 remaining ball, so the umpires have called stump. The bowling figures for you: Cadogan, 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 40. Sampson had none for 47. Leon Swami, none for 27. Wazim Mohammed, none for 28. Ricardo Adams, he had a marathon bowl, 26.5 overs, one maiden, 4 for 106. So he was the success story. And one other person shared wickets, Malcolm Hubbard, who also bowled very well, 20 overs, long spell, one maiden, 2 for 83. So 393 for a loss of 6. Mikawanya, strong position by the Demerara side.
Definitely, they're in a very strong position, as you would have mentioned. They'd want to know tomorrow, maybe get some quick runs. Still some batting yet to come with Richie Lucknoth and Ashmead Nell, and not forgetting Akshay Prasad still decreased. So they'd want to solidify this lead, this foundation that they would have set today, and look to drive home that advantage tomorrow. So please do join us tomorrow, starting at